Ladies and gentlemen, viewers and gamers around the world, welcome again to the Gamers 8 IESF Asian Championship happening right here in the beautiful city of Riyadh, Saudi Arabia, at the biggest and craziest and awesomest gaming and esports festival, Gamers 8. I'm Bara Abdallah. With me is the very talented Wajih. كيف الحال؟
شكرا لك اخوي براء، حياكم الله جميعا اعزائنا الحضور ومشاهدينا الكرام في كل مكان، ورجعنا لكم باليوم الرابع واليوم الحماسي والاخير في لعبه دوتا 2، وعندنا ايضا لعبه موبايل ليجندز، وكلنا صراحه موعودين ومتشوقين مثل ما شفنا في بدايه البطوله والمواجهات الاسطوريه. بتكون اليوم هي اليوم الاخير واليوم الختامي لهذا اليوم، ومثل ما احنا شايفين اخوي براء بنشوف مين اللي بيكون بطلا في هذه البطوله ويتاهل معنا لكاس العالم في رومانيا، ويكون حاصل ايضا على الكاس في هذا اليوم.
يعطيك ألف عافية وجيه، كلامك صح. Ladies and gentlemen, a lot's gonna happen here today as we are here reaching the finals to Dota 2 and Mobile Legends. We're gonna start with a bang and end it with a bang. And now we're gonna pass it on to the amazing casters. Take it away.
One purpose, one dream, one rhythm, one step closer to glory.
Enemy spotted.
They say history remembers the winner. So who will be the ones writing the future? The halls of power call for their kings. The ones who won't back down. The ones who believed. The ones who knew that over 100 nations can't be wrong. Join the fight between August 24th and September 3rd as Yash becomes the world's esports capital.
One step closer to the finals here at the IESF Asian Championships from Gamers 8. And again, the journey to Romania for a lot of these teams, right? They've already locked in their position, but now fighting for that grand final spot. We're kicking it off here with the semifinals upper bracket match between Philippines and Mongolia. Again, I am Nice, who joined with me on the desk is OSX. How are we feeling, man? It's been 3 days that we've seen this action-packed gameplay so far, and we've made it to the final day.
It's been great. It's been amazing. And all of the matches we've saw is just breathtaking.
Yeah.
And even on the last day, there's a lot of surprise coming your way. And to all of our brothers and sisters watching right now across Saudi Arabia, Assalamu alaikum. And I hope you enjoy our matches today because this is going to be a bang for the grand finals going to IESF in Romania.
Yeah, and first we got to figure out who is going to be in the grand finals later on today. So starting off with this match, again, we saw Mongolia yesterday, right? There was a big question mark how they would perform. We knew their standings. Again, if you were able to catch some of their games earlier on that were streamed elsewhere, you know, you kind of had an idea. Well, yesterday, now we all had the idea of Mongolia, and also the fact that they had a great best of three yesterday, right? They did get one game taken off of them from Kazakhstan, you know, but still they were a very powerful team and showing, and now they've got to go up against another power team in the tournament, right? The Philippines here.
Yeah, the hype started yesterday, and today we're about to see another head-to-head based on paper and stats.
Yeah.
So they needed to beat one more hurdle, and now it's the semifinals we're about to see on how will Mongolia go up against the Philippines, who has been undefeated throughout the run in IESF heading to this country. Amazing.
Mongolia was there for a little bit, right? I mean, they were also undefeated. And then they tasted that first defeat, right, yesterday in the game 2, again against Kazakhstan. And just for an update too, that was off, not on the stream. It was Cambodia and Kazakhstan, where Cambodia did sweep them in that bracket. So now we have, later on, where Cambodia is waiting. And this could be the rematch that they were looking for, that we were talking about, right? If Mongolia is not able to take on the Philippines here, they will end up going down, right? And then they'll have to face off Cambodia, and that's where we have Chuma waiting.
That's the test of complete perseverance if they go down.
Yeah.
And they just crawl the way back up to the grand finals. Talking about being grinding throughout, even on the grand finals, because now a lot of things happening today, Naisu. So looking back on our matches, the replays from Kazakhstan and Mongolia, this was the first time that they met yesterday, that they had their first loss.
Yeah, again, this was the time where a lot of people finally got to see what Mongolia was made of exactly. And, really they didn't disappoint. They came out swinging, especially in that first game. We expected Kazakhstan to kind of readjust and really work around like what we saw from them in the previous days of the tournament, and they did that when they got to game 2. But, unfortunately, it just got kind of out of hand, right, to the point where we saw where the strength lies within this team from Mongolia.
Yeah, and looking back on the games of yesterday, this was one of their ways of coping up for the losses from early to mid. Then they see an opening in 8 minutes, and now looking for members who is one of the best priority picks, or even priority players to trim down those kinds of team fights, because 17-8, this was the game that it was going back and forth throughout the series.
Yeah, the series in general, right? And in this one, like I said, it was a very strong showing. It ended before the 13-minute mark, right? So, and this is kind of a trend we're seeing here, OSX, in some of these games that are built on momentum-based strategy. They end games so quickly. So if you're the opposing team dealing with that, and that's why we've seen kind of the adjustments being made, or the iterations of the sustained lineup, again, going back to, Angeling, or just Angela in general. You put Angela somewhere on your team composition, you got to solve that equation, right, already. And then you talk about the Florin, the Estes that we've seen pop up yesterday as well. And in some cases it works, in some cases it doesn't. This time in this match, this was, again, Mongolia decided to draft with that Estes. And, a lot of people watching are familiar with the Ube strat, that ultimate bonding experience, and it works great, right? And I think, again, this is why you see Fredrin picked up so much against that kind of lineup, because the Appraiser's Wrath works so well against it. But really, even though it was a back and forth, it comes down to pretty much the execution, right? And that's kind of what we saw, especially from Mongolia.
Yeah, and to look back also in their choices, we've seen the Florin and as well as the Novaria show up for the first time. And looking at our bracket today, we have the semifinals.
Yep.
Mongolia and the Philippines, and Cambodia waiting down at the lower bracket on who's going to go down and rightly climb up in the grand finals. Talking about how would you be with this kind of like challenge, energy, and just to get that way of going back if you ever fall in the lower bracket.
Yeah, so technically, in the semifinals, both these teams, Mongolia and the Philippines, they have a second life. Waiting for them is Cambodia. And I feel like Cambodia is obviously very hungry to make it to the grand final, right? That's the mission here for all these teams. And also the fact, too, that just a reminder, this one is a best of 3. The grand finals will be a best of 5. Best of 5.
Wow. You really
Wow.
want to take it
I kind
a
of
best
wanted
of 7.
a 7, best of 7, because I'm one of those people that is very vocal that I love, when those grand final matches too, if they go the 5 games, if they go the 7 games, and really how many best of 7s out there in the world going on for MLBB have actually gone 7 games? There's not that many. So hopefully, later on for the grand final, whoever ends up there, we have a full 5-game series.
Yeah. Well, we might know for sure in a few moments from now, because heading up to Romania tells us a lot of challenge that these teams went through, like stories, their personalities, and even up to this day, they're still fighting it through. Kazakhstan, who would have thought that in the first day, until now, they're still, until the last part, they fight
Yeah, they kept fighting.
They kept fighting. They didn't even try to even lose the part that they might go down. So whatever happens, they still keep themselves qualified throughout the series of IESF.
Yeah, again, all these teams here are have pretty much locked in their position going to Romania, right? So that's great. But what these remaining teams are fighting for is, of course, you still have to consider the prize pool at hand here, right, for the first to third place here. And really, again, just the pride of saying, we got that first place. We are the champions of this IESF Asian Championship. That's already a kind of a statement, right? And at the same time, there's a ton here happening. The teams, though, are ready to walk out. Let's throw it back over to the stage to watch the teams walk out.
شكرا لكم اخواني المعلقين، ورجعنا لكم مرة أخرى، والآن بتكون معانا مباراة جدا حماسية ومصيرية، لأن الفائز في هذه المواجهة بيكون الحاصل بيتوجه على طول للنهائية الكبيرة، وبنشوف مين اللي بيثبت نفسه ويكون الحاصل على المركز الأول في هذه البطولة.
يعطيك العافية وجيه، الحماس أسمعها في صوتك. I mean, I can hear the hype in your voice. It is happening, ladies and gentlemen. Here today, the finals for Mobile Legends. Bang, bang, and another bang to that. Well, I'm not going to keep waiting because we're going to introduce the teams getting here. The Warriors, the Bees, who's going to pretty much compete to the road to Romania. So, جاهز?
كلنا جاهزين والجمهور أيضا جاهزين.
أنا جاهز and I'm ready. So, ladies and gentlemen, calling in the first team right now, right here for this match. Let's hear it for Mongolia!
تحية قوية لمنتخب منغوليا. أعزائي المشاهدين، منتخب منغوليا جاهز، وأكيد أنه متحفظ أنه يكون فائز في هذه المواجهة، لأن بنكون الآن في النصف النهائي والفائز بيتوجه للنهائي الكبير. ولكن حابين نتعرف على منتخب خصمهم. تحية قوية لمنتخب فلبين.
And let's hear, ladies and gentlemen, for the Philippines!
مباراة مصيرية تجمع منتخب منغوليا ضد فلبين، والفائز بينهم مثل ما ذكرنا بيتوجه للنهائيات الكبيرة، وبعدها بنشوف مين اللي بيكون الحاصل على المركز الأول. فما ودنا نتأخر عليكم، ودنا نتوجه لأخواني المعلقين عشان نستفتح فيها المباراة لهذا اليوم.
You're absolutely right. The semifinals. Who's gonna make it? Who's gonna go to the finals? We'll see that in this match. And now, handing it over and passing it on to our amazing casters. Fire it up!
Thank you so much, Bara and Waji, and it's great to see both teams walk out ready to go for the semifinal match. As we said, it's the road to the grand finals for both of them in a best of three. That's all we have for now, right? But this should be expected that it's going to just be a back and forth between two powerhouse teams, right? There was, again, a lot of questions on how strong this team from Mongolia would be. And now we're excited for it because they get to go against a team that is still undefeated in the Philippines.
Yeah, completely. And to look back on how the draft went with Mongolia yesterday, and in part with how Philippines approach all the way through their matches heading into the semifinals, there are similarities we see, especially on the assassin picks.
Yep.
We have the mage burst heroes, and also the sustained composition. Who would have thought that yesterday we have saw the first split push?
Yeah.
Yeah. In our match.
we kind of forgot about that a little bit, you know. I mean, a lot of people, again, when you're watching these intense games, you're always kind of keeping an eye, right? Where is that possibility that a split push could happen? Especially when you have, for example, someone like Claude, right, locked in that gold lane position. You really got to be weary of that, right? And that's why so many teams, when it comes to that macro play in the later game, you have to be aware of what the enemy team is doing. But I feel like now, you know, if you talk about competitive MLBB or just MLBB in general, even for everybody playing casually at home, the Lord dance is so important. Right? And it gets to the point now, especially when you're talking about the second, third Lord and so forth, where you have so many opportunities to set things up, right? And this is what we typically see where teams will just plant themselves in the bottom or the top bushes, the L bushes, right? And they'll go for a concealed play. So the whole time as an enemy, you're kind of like, all right, where are they? But then you always have to keep an eye on that split push, right? So hopefully, again, they've kind of seen what happened, right, from yesterday, and there's a plan in action to really kind of handle that. So, you know, in just a little bit, we're going to be looking at the rosters here for both teams as well, as we have made ourselves pretty much familiar, right, with both of these teams. But let's take a look once again for Mongolia here. We've got ZXara Bebex. We talked to him yesterday, right? It's Bebex, Ethan, Forbid, Eisen, and these guys across the board, man, like I said, they play with a lot of communication and synergy. They do their own drafting, if I remember correctly as well. And at the same time, I think there's been a lot said about Forbid specifically and Eisen, you know, those two alone, how impactful they are for the team here.
Yeah, and yesterday we seen a good Beatrix game out of Bebex as well as for Eisen. Not using the Terizla for most of the games.
He didn't go that route.
Yeah, and it's a different flavor that we're seeing for Mongolia, that they're not going with their own way of maybe winning throughout the IESF. Now, with this kind of way that they're in the playoffs, they're changing their cards on how they can have this mystery. They have this edge all throughout, especially in the drafting.
Yeah, definitely. I think they have to adapt. You know, all these teams, as you get through the tournament, pretty much you adapt along the way. And I think that's what we've seen, right? We've seen changes already here at OSX from day one, and exactly how they've done that. Now, the other thing on the needs to be talked about is, once again, not getting baited into picking up the Ling, giving up the Angela. Like, we saw that yesterday, right? Angela first pick in what world, right? Well, this world.
This world, it happened. Yeah. First pick Angela.
So let's see here for Team Philippines. And there you go, right? Let's break it down here, OSX.
We have Cannon, Saison, Archangel, Unigo, and Recutiano. Archangel, finally.
Recutiano.
We're seeing the two-time SEA Games gold medalist present in our Team Seaball Philippines roster, battling out today.
Again, another big step here that Mongolia has probably learned from yesterday is, you know, don't give up the fanny too. Let's just better not to, you know, at least ban the fanny.
We kind of forgot that.
Yeah,
the draft.
That's the thing. Is like most teams going against the Philippines, like that's one of their game plans. Is all right. Number one, just don't give the fanny over, right? Because it seems like all these players from the Philippines, for some reason, it's like they grew up playing fanny.
It's like the first step. It's not Lila. It's fanny.
Yeah.
It's your tutorial hero.
Just go straight to fanny. One of the hardest, most high skill cap heroes in the game. Might as well play that, right? But now, again, like I said, when it comes down to the draft is really where Mongolia needs to shine. And we talked about, in our own way, like keys to victory for defeating the Philippines, right? And one of that is controlling the early game. And how do you do that? Well, you set yourself up with as best as possible, a draft in your favor where you can control that early game and not let it get out of hand. But then most importantly, as I've said throughout this tournament up to day 4, the Philippines just shines mid-game.
Completely.
You have to be able to control that power spike as best as you can, and the only way you can do that really is not getting too far down or, you know, having a deficit early game. And we've seen teams do that. Like they maintain themselves in the early game, but then be ready for, you know, just basically a sucker punch in the mid game for the Philippines. Somehow, some way, they always do it, OSX, and I would be surprised if we see that here, where right before that first Lord comes up, they look for those kills. May it be 2-3 kills or even a pickoff, and then they just snowball from there, and the game's over in like 10 to 14 minutes, right? So that's something I feel like Mongolia can adjust to. If it's a team that can do that, we were thinking Cambodia yesterday, right? But unfortunately, it didn't work out for them. So now it's Mongolia's try.
Yeah, and since we're talking about keys to victory, maybe number 2, maybe stick to your roots, or even
these are boxes?
Yeah, these are boxes that we're trying to create now. So first is you said like right the first part is we have the first point that they need
The
to
early
do,
game,
the
yep.
early game. Second is maybe sticking to your roots on your comfort picks, because yesterday we've seen some teams follow the crumbs on how Philippines is setting up in a macro scale as we've observing
Yeah.
throughout the matches. So if they have a long and a hard grip on even in those lanes, maybe that's one way of disciplining themselves, like they can actually pull off something out of their own comfort picks that they can't get distracted in most of the times that they can be ganked in their lanes.
Well, I think comfort is probably the answer for most of the teams that will face teams like this, not just the Philippines, but even against Mongolia, right? Because again, a lot of people were still considering them the dark horse of the tournament. There's a lot of, I feel like, even things we haven't seen from them. Not just because, it hasn't been streamed, but just because the dynamic, the change of the course of the meta in the game, and this is something that we've really kind of talked about for this tournament. And I'm sure as tournaments go on, for MLBB, this will be a main talking point all throughout, because the emblems have made such an impact, over and over again.
A lot.
And I don't know, like I said, I don't know how many unique combinations of emblems we've seen up to day 4, but for the most part, there's been quite a few changes, and I feel like that's one of, again, the highlights where we are in the current state of the game. You have unique heroes popping up, especially in the second phase of the draft, where you're kind of thinking, we have an idea, but what you're seeing also as a trend is these heroes popping up that also have flexibility in terms of role, in terms of lane placement, and then you put on top of that the new emblem system, right? And I think it's great. Also, the fact that now we don't have to see all these junglers running back before. It was a jungle emblem, Demon Slayer. Like, you still have the ability, right, to go ahead and focus on jungle emblems here, but we're not seeing that so much.
Well, speaking of being flexible, in Team Philippines, we've seen 3 unique heroes that Archangel picked. He went with the Fredrin in the mid lane.
Yep.
He went with not his traditional picks. We've known him for the Selena. Probably he has been used throughout in the Philippines, and how he is trying to mix this flexibility in the drafting part. Some of these got baited out.
Yeah.
If this hero might end up either in the jungle, even EXP, or even in the mid lane. So at that point in time, you need to actually be sure on who are you targeting here in the side of Team Philippines. So it's a struggle also in the draft. Like, will you go for the jungle, or will you go for the team captain in the mid lane?
I think that's a tough question, to answer, especially when you're kind of dealing with this. Is the Philippines in general, statistically, you would say that majority of the lanes, the roles are covered, right? You could focus, you could ban towards one specific role, one specific player if you really wanted to, but that's probably not the game plan, right? Because if you do that, then obviously you let some things through.
Yeah.
And that's why, again, we saw them really kind of focus on things before, especially, again, with Angela and Ling and sustain heroes.
Speaking of sustain, assassin heroes?
Yes.
Could that be the answer for the 2 double mage heroes that we've witnessed? Yesterday we've seen the
Fardita.
Fardita, the combo that we were trying to brew up here.
What was the other one? There was a Fardita, and then there was a...
Langeling.
Was that the one?
The Lancelot and,
the
and the Angela. So you either get both, or you take the other one for your team.
Well,
It's a global sustain of, like, staying alive in most of their batches.
did we see the answer? Like, I've been asking you this for 4 days now. I'm waiting for you to tell me that we've seen the answer for the sustain. Have we seen it?
Yeah,
Are there glimpses of it?
I saw with the double mage burst setup.
Yeah.
And maybe it's just only in from 9 to 12 minutes that you can actually end the game. Because if you lose that part, everything just goes back the way it is. So some of the teams tend to build up the magic defense, like from either 11 to 15, where you get to sustain those kind of burst heroes. But if you get the way of, like, you have the challenge of, like, pulling through that way, like, you just keep on sustaining it, being passively, and wait for the right time to strike, even in the late game, that's where, like, you get toe-to-toe with how you even get in the backline, how do you even penetrate them for so long. But that's one question. So either you get the momentum early game, or you lose it after, like, 12 to 15.
Well, I think that's kind of like the the typical back and forth that we always talk about when it comes to these games, right, is especially early game, is who's able to build the momentum early. And one of the greatest things you can do, as the teams kind of get situated here and set up for this series, is, again, jungle. If you mentioned assassin junglers, so to speak of, right? If you are going to go that route and lock those junglers in, you have to be willing to help your jungler out, secure those buffs. We saw this yesterday. Right, we saw exactly how you kind of had to deal with that if you are picking an assassin jungler super reliant on these buffs and your team isn't there to really allow you to secure those and rotate the way you need to be.
Yeah.
You kind of fall back. You fall way behind other junglers. And where we saw, 4 or 5 level gaps between junglers, that's already, if you're at that point, it's super hard to even contest neutral objectives.
Yeah,
So
Ling,
we will...
Fanny, a lot have been counting down.
Well, before we get to it, we've got a video for you guys at home. Sit back and enjoy this video.
So esports is more of a hobby to me. Maybe I'll plan to go all the time, but I'm focusing on my studies mostly. So it's like a hobby to me, and I want to practice more to be a better esports player.
It means a lot to me. I see myself in esports for career. Yeah, I play games not for fun, but also for fun and also for future and career. So yeah, I see it quite seriously.
Esport is not just game. It's one of the biggest part of my life.
Esports means to me is all about passion and building my career around it, because it's helping me build myself up, completing my inner child to compete in world stage and compete for my country.
For me, esports is my key passion, because esports gives me a lot of emotions, a lot of opportunities to realize myself, and the esports can be the key idea of my life.
Esports is like, in our country there are very shortage of fields, so we cannot go out and play. So kids tend to go to mobile phones and other electronics to play the game. So that's when we get to know esports, and when we actually get to know these, we realize that it's a lot similar to the sports that we play in the field. It's so much more emotions than people realize from the outside world.
Esports means something special for me because I was a gamer and I'm still a gamer. So I want to participate in official and big tournaments.
I love that, right? Hearing what is esports for these players out there. And if you think about it too, something that really caught my attention there, OSX, was the fact that, yes, you from Mr. Ray, you have mobile gaming that it was the entryway for a lot of these people out there. Again, I'm sure you can think some off the top of your head. That was their first exposure to esports, to competitive gaming. Again, not everybody out there has consoles or PCs. So when we started to have this rise of mobile gaming, obviously it was it made waves around the world, right? And that's what we've seen kind of develop up to this point. I do have to ask you now that I'm curious, what is esports to you?
Well, I started off like playing in the PC version of a MOBA. And it is a dream come true to have it on your fingertips and you just take it right away. And to look back on the interview and how it went with other players, it's a dream from their inner childhood, as Havos mentioned from Team Philippines, that it's now a growing state that you can actually have a life with, have a future with. Because at some point, we were all in the computer shops playing our favorite thing in a desktop mode, but now everything is in your hands, that you could actually compete professionally and as an athlete, and you can go around the world where you can make your dreams come true. So now it's an age of mobile games that you can have a life, a complete future with it. So for me, from starting from with a mouse and keyboard, you go back with your phone, and still go back with a mouse and keyboard. But it's just living the dream, just like what we're here now in Riyadh. So it's amazing how we get to see, meet, experience, and fulfill your lifelong wishes to have this kind of emotion and fulfillment that you want to do with your dreams and career.
Well, to go back on that too, the point is you have esports in your life, OSX, as a caster, right? And also not just that, but you've also worked on even production side, you know, and I think that's something that's so important because even for me, I just recently did a talk to a school about esports, and it was more than, it was basically driving the message like, look, esports is more than just being a professional player.
Yeah.
You know, but naturally, a lot of people when they hear esports is they automatically think, okay, I could probably be a pro player. If I'm not a pro player, maybe a broadcaster, you know, or like what
creator.
else could I do? Yeah.
There's a lot of things.
There's a lot of
opportunities. So now we're going into the draft. First game. So it's Mongolia on the first pick. We're seeing Philippines on their second pick side, so which is mostly that we see. So Mongolia gets a chance to trade their own strong and comfort pick against the Philippines.
Okay. I like that the fact that they took out the Ling first, right? And I'm wondering too, with Mongolia being the first pick and being on this side, on the blue side, if they, okay, never mind. There goes the Angela. I was going to say, they don't want to play the role, right?
Straight away.
Of possibly taking the Angela. I think we could still see them opt for one of the sustained lineups that we've seen before. I'm not sure if they kind of want to go with the Estes, if they want to even pull out the Florin. I don't know if that's the route. Or like you said, OSX, just be on comfort. Like, just stay
in your roots.
Yeah, stay your roots. Be as comfortable as possible and, you know, kind of build off that. Right now, though, the response seems to be the Diggy, the Franco. There it is. I was wondering if that would come out, too, in the first phase.
Yeah, three assassin heroes on comfort of Saison and as well as Unigo. That has been a first pick, right? Yesterday, the Angela.
Yeah.
Now, they're also focusing on the roamer of Mongolia. So will this be a marksman last phase ban for the first part, or will it be a straight roamer ban for Team Mongolia? So it is a straight roam ban. So this opens up Novaria for Mongolia to take.
Novaria is open. You also have Eve. They opt for the Novaria. Good choice, right? Again, the key here is early game. And you're probably going to give up the Eve if the Philippines wants to go that route. But I think Novaria is probably your best case scenario again, in this one, against this specific matchup. You want to be able to provide your team with as much vision as possible to work with. You do get some great poke, like we saw even yesterday, right? There was a certain time in that game against the Philippines where Cambodia was starting to get there, right? C-Cat was getting the damage on that Novaria, and then it just split push, right? It was almost there. So maybe Mongolia feels like they can get to that point. They can extend the game to really allow this Novaria to shine. The answer so far, though,
still the same.
From Philippines. The Uranus here, Claude. I know Mongolia. See that smile? That is. Remember what happened yesterday. We gotta have something for that.
Yeah. And
remember
what happened. They made a good split push with that kind of way, and that was against a Novaria as well.
Yeah, but that's the thing. Like, if you are worried about the split push, that's where the macro prowess comes, right? And in terms of these teams out there, the way that they handle the waves, the way that they put pressure on the side lanes to alleviate some of the pressure around the neutral objectives, you have to be able to control that. This is also a pick popping up here quite a bit now again, and we've seen this counter pick before into the Uranus, right? The Dairoth, still a great option here. You just got to be able to land especially the Abysm Strike that you need. At least it should work really well, or at least complement this Leslie pick if you can get to that point, you know, where you can shine as a Leslie. Because as we've talked about time and time again throughout this tournament, OSX, is these marksmen need time, right? They need time to build up, and just like that, look who is locked into the jungle here.
Hayabusa in Team Philippines, and you've mentioned the macro prowess of Team Philippines and how it works with wonders. Mongolia with a good pick of the Leslie. Their marksman actually reveals a lot of places in the map with his ultimate. So if they have
this is a ton of
way, ton of vision. You have the Novaria, you have the Leslie. So this is like, okay, we know what happened yesterday. We know the split push happened. We need that radar. We need that coverage. And this is how they want to do it. Because in the second phase of the banning, they take out the Paquito.
Yeah.
That was we've seen
this
yesterday.
a couple times,
yeah. And trimming down also the choices there for the jungle or even for the EXP. So now Hayabusa is out, and for Mongolia, they might trim down. Yeah, we were expecting a good combo for the Claude, which is the Eve. You have that AoE, you have that setup, you have that escape. So they don't want you to get a kind of power in with their own composition. So they take it out the back.
I'm wondering if Mongolia wants to go ahead and just ban out a Farsa too, and then that would kind of force some, you know, something, I don't want to say completely new, but something that's not usually parked in the mid lane, right? Because you're going against Novaria here. And at the same time, we are just going to assume this is mid lane Novaria, but we have to also take note that it could be a roam still, right? There still is room for flexibility. Yeah, we've seen that actually in quite a few different tournaments even, right? So now last ban from Philippines going to be the Fredrin. Good choice here. Also being kind of flexed, has been parked in the mid lane by them themselves, right? We saw that. And last ban though for Mongolia is actually going to be the Atlas, who we also saw in action yesterday, finally, right? Rolling with that focusing mark emblem, really allowing, if you get those multiple Fatal Link combinations off, it's a great just follow through setup potential. So now the response here from the Philippines, we're gonna have to see exactly what they want to park in the mid lane.
You don't want that the way of getting into the back line of their own defense, because Leslie at most of the time he just uses his ultimate. Yeah. And that's the way it's like keeping like, okay guys, you get the front line, I'll be at the back, just keep on shooting here. And also how the Astral Recall and Astral Echo could still be utilized. So that's one way of answering this. The Grok is a great way as well to even go and pinch them out of the wall in the next one.
The only thing that bothers me about the Garak too, I know, you know, you have Dairoth over here. The animation of the Abysm Strike is so slow that if you wanted to, the Garak could just cancel it out with a wild charge.
And dodge, yeah.
Yeah, like that. So if that happens in these later skirmishes and team fights, you know, that's a feels bad. So you are right that you have a lot of vision here available to you if you're in Mongolia. You do have some decent damage, especially if you can get to the late game. But that's my point. You got to get there. You know, you have to survive this. And I like it. I like it. This was banned out a couple times too. The Natalia.
And Philippine Bandit.
Philippine Bandit, yeah. They dealt with this. So in terms of entire composition here from Mongolia, it looks great, right? The boxes are checked. Going back to the boxes here, you got physical, you got magic, you've got great poke potential with both, right? Physical and magic, and then you have a menace. Well, it should be a menace, at least for the jungle. If you're not able to control this Natalia, or at least avoid the pressure put on the map from here, it's going to be a hard day here for the jungle, right? It's in terms of Philippines, and they're going to have to really secure Seisun here and allow him to get to the point where he needs to.
Yeah, and knowing the Hayabusa, so this was the thing that we're talking about early game. How do you even answer this kind of lineup? So in the way that Mongolia is seeing this threat, they want to amp up their early game with this Novaria and this Natalia, so that's one way of breaking out the map of the Philippines. So they want to have the wave to infiltrate earlier than later.
Yeah, I like this though. You know, I like Mongolia's lineup. If they can make it work. And the biggest part of that is early game pressure, early game vision, which you have. Actually, you have vision for the entirety of the game. But, you know, focusing on that step one is securing yourself the early game. And your transition, your power spike potential into the mid to the late is really good here for Mongolia. That's the biggest question, OSX, is like, can they utilize this Natalia? Because that's kind of like your ace up your sleeve, at least for the early game. Make it hell for Team Philippines to farm, to get objectives early on. And if you can do that, you kind of slows things down in your favor. That would be one of the biggest advantages for this lineup here for Mongolia.
But what if they can't?
If they can't, then we know what's going to happen mid-game.
Yeah.
we don't have to break it down too much, because with this lineup from the Philippines, it's very durable, right? And
completely.
Again, if the fallback later on is split push again, put pressure on the top or bottom lane, they always can go that route.
Of course. And game number one, we might see a different change here on how Philippines would actually secure their early game start. So looking back and checking out their emblems, is there any new combination you're seeing here, Mr. Naisu?
Okay. Well, I specifically even want to look at the Natalia here, right? Master Assassin also has the Fatal Emblem in Tier 1 and the Killing Spree, right? So the whole mission here for Ethan is, yes, to go find those kills early on, put out the damage, and be a threat. And that's something that is going to be up to Ethan. Again, we've seen the playstyle from him yesterday, so this is a little bit different. Also, at the same time, still you have even the Lethal Ignition being run on Seisun. This is an emblem that can literally fit in any role. Lethal Ignition. And we've seen it up to this point, right? Also, too, the fact that Aizen, okay, there's some good poking there, Archangel, but still, Aizen, too, on this Dairoth, like I said, he's going to get a little bit of the advantage with the movement speed if he can when he procs that Quantum, but can he land the Abysm Strikes? I think that's going to be really difficult for him and kind of a test, right, in terms of this
It's
this
a way
game.
of having a disciplinary way of approaching. Will you press it too early, or will you press it at the right moment where you had that enough burst to take one member out of the Philippines? I say now, Archangel is climbing his ranks of having this unique heroes pick in IESF. And it's just working in their own way of composing this lineup against Mongolia. So mid lane is the first priority here of Mongolia to hold. So they have early game spikes here with the Natalia, and even just to hold and to get the first turtle.
Yeah, so in a couple seconds here, it is going to spawn as they get set up in position. You can see them even putting pressure here on the bottom side against Cannon and Archangel. They might go for it.
Trying to stun, trying to hold on.
Level 4.
For Archangel, flicker out. Forced a resource there by Mongolia. Now Aizen forced to flicker as well. Cannon going with a trade and resource, but Unigo is here. Might be trapped with a claw dash now. Shadow kill. Will the damage be enough? Yes, it will. Saison takes the kill now. The turtle is up, but it's going to be reset by Team Philippines. Saura going to be using the heavy spin for safety. As a recall, will hit Archangel, but the turtle is on the side of Philippines, and Saison secures the first objective. But Cannon not letting go of Zora as Rekatiana as well. Here comes the tongue twisters.
Yes, I felt that yesterday, right? So here's the tough part about all that, the way that all unfolded. And now, again, just in the early game, you're already behind, right? If you're Mongolia, you kind of fumbled a little bit there, especially in the bottom lane into the turtle. And it was a great just show of discipline, once again, from Saison, right? Patiently waiting for that wild charge from Unigo, able to find the knock-up on Ethan, and then the plan was gone for Ethan, right? He was taken out so quickly, and the pokes that were put on Zexora here, he was not able to actually contest that turtle. So now, with this minor lead that you'll see from the Philippines, they're going to keep putting the pressure on the jungle here of Mongolia and make it just, you know, slow things down a little bit. Hold on, top side though.
Well, Ethan receiving the damage of the BMI plus the Blazing Duet. Saison secures the kill. Guriana with the post, and Bebex now might be forced to be at a defensive state, but look at that. Shadow kill onto Bebex now. Unigo as well trying to hold them off, putting them all in the corner. But how Philippines rotating now, they're really trying to delay the power spike of Mongolia, and they're starting to go a great way in doing that from 4 minutes from now.
The tough thing here, like I said, with Ethan, hold on, they still might, no, they might not, yeah, they shouldn't be able to get this. Unigo's fine here. No, that's the thing with Ethan. Like I said, early on, you're going to be wanting to get the momentum in your favor. That's the whole reason why you picked Natalia. So already being 0-2 this early into the game kind of makes you hesitate a little bit more, right? Yeah. As they even put pressure here on the top lane, it's not enough to get the kill they're looking for, right? So even holding on, again, he has not an, I feel like early game-wise, the time is already kind of run out there. Right, you are still a threat, you do have damage, you've got execute, but still, can you actually find the kill you're looking for? Now that this next turtle is for the taking here, both teams going to get in position. Cannon doing his thing with Uranus here, still trying to whittle people down the best they can and spot out Ethan.
Okay, now Mongolia is pulling the turtle on the side with the wall block. Look at that. Astro Recall now connecting onto the members of Philippines. Bebex, will he have a perfect target? No, he won't. Flicker out. That is a shadow kill connecting on to the marksman of Mongolia, falling down, pushing them into the back lines. Now Zora as well. Secure the objective. Now Philippines trying to iron and taking one trade. Aizen will be the target here. That's the wall. Evading the block. Now Saison going in deep. Look at that. Shuriken throwing over to Ethan just with the pokes. Now with the trade, Mongolia secures the objective. And meanwhile up top, Rekadiano getting busy with the push and the tower takedown. Talking about trades working for Philippines 0-4.
Well, taking a look at the items, how all this is profiting for the Philippines right now, almost 3K ahead. You can see already DHS being locked in. Cannon picks up his Dominance Ice. That's going to help with some of the sustain coming through for Mongolia. And then, of course, right, you have these key items being picked up by the rest, already having the COD. Was that stolen?
We need to check.
That was.
That was stolen by Saison. That's completely blocking the way on how would you want Sora to even have a good angle.
No, think about it, OSX. Like, you're again, your game plan here, okay, he just goes, forbid's done, right? Bebex might follow. They should be fine. They still go, though.
Zora and Ethan might be in trouble here. That's Cannon trying to push away. But now Zora using the heavy spin to pin one down, but he might be in trouble. Archangel takes the kill. Philippines getting all the kills that they want, slowing down progress on Mongolia. Now they're pushing in with the lanes and as well as taking one more wave down bottom. We have the switch from Ricatiano down, up against Aizen. Now mid lane on a concealed state. Philippines will still eye on getting this push. Dominance Ice though, going into Aizen.
Yeah, but even with that pickup, like Dominance Ice for Aizen, I mean, what can you do, right? You're 4,000 gold behind right now, 7 minutes in. Usually, this is not the time where Philippines is pulling on a full power spike, right? But it's all happening before the third turtle. So you're kind of at this deficit. Yeah, you grabbed the turtle previously, but you lost so much in terms of itemization in comparison, right? And that's kind of what we're seeing, yes, especially in the economy. So you already see Saison going to go ahead and start up that turtle. He knows how much of an advantage he has in terms of items. I mean, even if Ethan finds him, he's 3, almost 4 levels behind, right? So you can't really do too much, at least against the Philippines jungler. So that is a turtle secured, looking to plant themselves to take another purple.
Good zone out by Cannon, not letting Mongolia near the turtle area, now being pinned down by the heavy spin by Zora. Can even sustain damages. And as of this point, we can't see even the lethal burst from Ethan here, trying to get a great vision for Mongolia, but it's just purely on the lead. Philippines climbing up almost 4K and counting, and they're going in still with the clearing of the push. No turrets taken by Mongolia.
Uh-oh. It's
Cannon,
a full force effort.
Full force 5-man now, trying to target the Uranus of Team Philippines. He might not escape. Bebek secures the kill. And yeah, that was almost 4 ultimates used, but 3 from
Here
Mongolia.
Comes the cavalry.
Here comes the response of Philippines. Saison and Unigo might target down Sora. No. And while that is happening, we have Ricatiano and Archangel pushing in mid, melting all the defense of Mongolia. This is the macro prowess, once again, of Philippines that we're seeing, Naisu.
This is exactly what we were talking about. Again, like I said, you draft in this hero in Natalia. Your game plan is that early game pressure, early game dominance against the enemy jungler especially, and that did not happen. Rather, the opposite, right? Saison is having a hell of a game here. He's 4-0-1, just stacked. He's level 12 already. This is going to set themselves up for a really easy Lord take if they actually decide to fight for it, right? Best thing Mongolia can do is just try to find what they can across the map, and that's what they have been doing. That's what happened even to Cannon as they get in position possibly for more here. But they have to be very careful on how they approach this because they could get cut off as Cannon and Saison are not too far away as they continue to whittle down these tier 2 turrets, working on more space.
Saison going in deep, shadow kill. Okay, forced out. Passes out of that marksman. Now Saison and Cannon still on with this duo team up, forcing everybody out to be even peeled by Archangel and Unigo. That's the pin down wall charge onto 2. Now members now of Mongolia are dropping down 3 out, and it's still going and going. Ethan is trying to do it with the claw dash. Will the lethal burst be enough? No, it won't be. Ricatiano takes down 1, and 1 member left. It's Zora going back to base, and another objective freely being taken by Team Philippines.
I don't know why I saw that in slow motion. Unigo getting in position on the Grok, just having the perfect angle to work with the flicker, the wild charge onto 3 members of Mongolia. It just looked orchestrated, right? And there is the Lord being secured here for Philippines, now working with about an 8,000 gold lead as they get prepped up here. Here it is, right? This is what I saw in slow motion. Boom. Finds 3 with the wild charge and a massive setup there. And just, again, all that was because they tried to get the kill. Aizen was trying. He even used the flicker, the Abysm Strike combination, missed, and the rest of the team paid for it. And that is tough to deal with. And now you have to deal with the Lord coming down the mid lane. And at this point, again, Philippines is in a great position to just kind of press this situation. Flicker isn't available for Unigo, but he might just wild charge in if he finds an angle here as the Lord works on that first base turret.
Yeah, talking about angle, Unigo used the wild charge again. Look at the burst. Almost. Now being taken the base by a team Philippines. Eisen falls down a trade of 3-1. Okay, they're trying to have a trade, but Archangel will receive the casualty here from Mongolia. Now the base is open for Philippines to just keep on melting. And now the waves are now here with the flicker out from Cannon with the waves that they had. Right now, they're just pushing it. And now they're opening up the base. And this is just game number 1. Philippines with a great start up against Mongolia.
Those are nice. I'm assuming he flickered in there so he could get all the minions. Probably that's what it was, right? It's a big brain move. But again, this was near, I think it was less than 12 minutes. And so in this trend of the Philippines, this is what they like to do. They like to, most of the time it happens in that mid-game shift. But here was the majority of the game, right? The whole 12 minutes, they were just rather dominant. And it seemed like Mongolia was really trying to just struggle and try to find their footing here the entire game. And they just did not get there, right? So I don't know what has to be solved for Mongolia, but this, again, is a dominant showing, a game number 1 for the Philippines to take against this dark horse, if you will, for this tournament.
Going back to the draft, the Natalia. It could be your poison, or it could be your own way of destroying yourself. How would you
faltering?
Yeah, and how would you even survive your late game or even mid? He was having troubles getting the vision, getting the kills, even getting the gank. And that's the problem that even Akai that needs to be solved in getting those objectives, because at that point they have no way of like getting in the front line.
Yeah.
How would you even get a perfect set? How would you even counter the wild charge? How would you even dodge? That's resources being depleted out one by one, and it just being in a passive state. That was just Team Mongolia going in, just defending them all way throughout the game.
That's what I'm saying. Like on paper, the draft was actually decent, you know, from Mongolia. Like they had a lot of the coverage that they needed. They had vision. They had multiple types of damage, especially in the early game, especially with Natalia. That's usually what you see. But I would say almost all the teams that do go for Natalia picks, in a way, it's a risk. And one thing we've talked about in the current meta here, or at least what we've seen developed in the meta, is some teams really like to go that risky route, right? And Natalia is one of them. And it just didn't work out. That was already the early kill, the first blood that went in the hands of Saesun, able to already start the snowball this early on against, like, you know, Ethan, who really wanted to stop this kind of free flow farm, get kills from Philippines, but they just went everywhere and anywhere and found kills here.
Yeah. Going back on the replay, 5 minutes on the game, 4 points on to Philippines. This is just them picking out all the free heroes of Mongolia who's really being shown in the map. Look at that, Saesun just going in deep with the Uchi Shadow kill. It's almost like the heavy spin, in a way, used mostly like in a defensive way.
Yeah, defensively, right? We didn't see many sets with it.
Yeah. So mostly, they tried to capitalize on members of Team Philippines who's out of the map or who's being isolated. But this game-changing set that Unigo did, he pinned down 3 with a wild charge, and the perfect entrance of the Blazing Duet was a massive takedown. That was 3. They got delays onto their jungler, they got delays on their own marksman. It was an inevitable way of like, they would want to defend, but if even they get to the point that they're in the late game, can they still have the damage to burst down Philippines?
Yeah, this is, I mean, even this play, right? With Archangel going down there, it was all part of the plan, right? To cap this game out before the 12-minute mark. And that's what we see so much from the Philippines, where they utilize all their roles, all their players for the win, and that's exactly how they do it in dominating fashion time after time. As we take a look at the stats here for this game, 4-15, 11:23 game time. Just rather, I want to say quick game, but this has been kind of what the Philippines has been doing, right? So the teams have to just kind of figure this out. And even going forward as this, the meta kind of develops on the road even to Romania, like teams need to figure this out.
Yeah, look at that. 0 towers destroyed. And this is the defense that they needed to answer, because at most of the points or the ways that Saesun is going around the map, they leave this trail of crumbs.
Yeah.
Like, Mongolia is answering, and one of which is you're letting things go is your own defenses, your own turrets, and that's one way of just pulling the funnel onto Riccatiano or the marksman to just get all the items that he needs, because as of that point, he has the DHS, even the Golden Staff, 4 core items in for this Claude, and having all the emblems powered up, the passive of the Claude plus the Lunox here, it's a complete way of bursting down members of Mongolia, which was squishy most of the time in the early game. So they had this window to even bounce back, but it was like too late to even see the way of having a chance of getting a backline ambush from Philippines. Who would you even target here? The Lunox, the Claude? It's
well, early game, it's really
nothing,
just
yeah.
you target the jungle, you know, for the most part. Again, that's your game plan with having the Natalia. So once that early kill was given first blood, you know, you got spotted out, taken out for that first turtle. That's when things already started to fall apart. And that's why I say early game is so important. Like, even if you have the heroes and the composition to deal with a pretty good early game, if you end up dying early on and repetitively, and things kind of already scale out of control, then it's really hard to claw back from that. And I think too, even let's say it went longer here, OSX, like it went another 5 to 10 minutes even. You know, there comes a point in time where once again, it's so hard to initiate on this lineup from the Philippines. Like, they had so many options. And maybe you get to a point where, yeah, you see the Akai utilizing the heavy spin offensively rather than defensively for the most part. But still, even with that, like, you had multiple options if you're the Philippines to initiate. And if you didn't want to initiate, you had great options to kind of pull back. And this is kind of what we see too, is especially when we get to late game, or like you like to say, ultra late game, right? The 25 plus
25
minute
minutes mark, yeah.
You know, if we do get there, then still you see a lot of that push and pull between the both teams, especially when things are just totally capped out. And I feel like if you just look at the abilities available to the Philippines, they had great options for that, plus the Claude. Like, Riccatiano didn't even have to do too much. Like, he had 4 kills, but that was towards the end too. The most he was doing was just knocking down turrets. Like, and that's the problem with dealing with a Claude, is he is going to just kind of farm up, right? Using the Blazing Duet to clear the lanes. He's going to knock down your turrets, push them in. And if you're not keeping tabs on him, he's going to just show up kind of late game, fully stacked, and Blazing Duet into your team, and then you don't really have, you know, much else options for you.
Yeah, the Hayabusa though, most of the part, so deadly. Ban out too, right? So you have the Ling, they've taken out the Angela. So open up more avenues for Philippines to use their own comfort picks. So again, we were talking about in the first part of the series that they could either stick to their own comfort picks or their own routes, because there was no hold, there was no catch for Philippines. And you were right that how would you even delay this kind of lineup, and with the threat of the Hayabusa and how a Claude could escape initial threats from those kinds of team fights, you need to have one way of delaying them. They had a way to delay them, but it turned out to be their own way of like depleting their own resources back at them. So there's no way of like, how would we put up a great way of having a great set? And it was so hard. It was a struggle for Mongolia. So let's see how will they bounce back from this. And as we make our check boxes throughout this match, maybe things could show differently.
Well, this is on their checkbox, right? Every team here competing for this beautiful trophy once again.
Wow.
Here at the IESF Asian Championships from Gamers 8. And like I said, the kind of pride to say you are the champion, to have that trophy, and to bring that pride to your country or wherever you're representing, you know, and continue on again to the World Championship later on, right? That's something that a lot of these teams are considering, a lot of these players here, and they're playing their hearts out, right? And I think even for Mongolia, despite having this game won, they should be able to make an adjustment quickly. That's what we saw them do yesterday, OSX, right? They had a strong game one, then it was Kazakhstan that adjusted, and they beat them, taking them to a game 3. But then all of a sudden, you know, once again, Mongolia rose up and just closed out that series. So even here, I'm interested, especially with the fact that we usually see them when they do get to the draft where they're drafting their own things. You've got the notebook out. You're taking considerations of even what happened in the previous game. Like, what is your adjustment here? You've already mentioned, you know, for the most part, it's what do you want to solve, right? What junglers do you want to give up? Because even in this essence, it's an Akai versus the Hayabusa. and you're going to naturally think, that's a little bit slower, right, to deal with and everything. But that's why you have the Natalia. So I'm wondering if they want to go the route of, do we match assassin versus assassin in the jungle and try to control pacing, or at least match pacing? Because at some point, when you're throwing everything in a roam that is Natalia and you die early on and then you find yourself like 4 levels behind, how do you get a successful gank off?
Yeah.
You're going to get deleted, right? So maybe the best thing you can do is also have more of a durable roam, or opt for, like you've mentioned before, one of the bursty mage options, right?
Yeah, the 2 mage heroes.
Fardita.
Well, Farsa was open, Kadita was even open on the last ban. So Philippines on the other side, they have the prio pick now. So with this, they're ready to gambit something out of Mongolia. They might force something out of Mongolia. And now we're seeing respect bans here. You have the Uranus.
Yep.
And also, Philippines is mostly focused now on the roam choices. We have the Diggy, we have the Frank. We might see Kaja being banned again. We're seeing it might be staple bans. Yes, it is a Kaja. They don't want that penetration or even the backline disabling the security of their own marksman. So opening up the chances here of the Philippines here. Something tells me this could be a setup again for the Novaria.
Yep.
This might be a setup again for the Fanny.
First pick Angela.
First pick Angela. Oh,
okay, that was a Fanny ban.
That was a Fanny. Okay, so this could be a first pick.
There's
Angela.
no way, right? We're not gonna see this again, are we?
Oh, wait. Let's wait for 40 seconds or less. If that would be the next route, or that would be the same thing for the Philippines. So we could either expect Angela or Novaria. Oh, it's happening again.
What? That's what I'm saying. Like, when was the last time that you can remember Angela being first picked?
Yeah.
When?
In my own ranked games, I see Angela first pick, but not in our own professional league. This is different.
Okay, but the last time that they did this, right, it ended up working. But on the flip side, what they did is they kind of forced the Ling pick. But since Ling is banned out here, you can still expect, if they don't take the Uranus, they're probably going to also pick up Uranus for Philippines. So Mongolia kind of has a choice. They've already locked in the Fredrin, right, which we're just going to assume is going to be parked in the jungle. A great option to go that route.
Yeah,
a little bit safer.
Them. Yeah. We haven't seen them exchange with an EXP or even for the mid. So with this,
they go Novaria.
Yeah, Philippines will the gamut the Novaria here. Go ahead with the Vision. So opening up the assassin choices of Philippines. Lancelot is present. Oh, Esmeralda, yeah. They ban out the Uranus. We take back the Esmeralda. So will this be an option?
Oh, sorry, yeah, Uranus was banned. I was thinking like they pick up Uranus, but he's banned now.
Yeah. So yeah, it is.
Okay.
We're back.
What is this called? The
Langeling.
Langeling.
The Lancelot and no. Langela. No, that's not Langeling. It's
Langela.
That was 3.
I can't keep up with all your combinations of words, man, but it's great. I love it.
Or Angelot, something like that.
Angelot works.
Angelot.
Yeah,
okay, Angelot. Since it was first pick, so this is the game that they're willing to do. They got their hands onto this Angela. So Mongolia now has the option to opt for their own marksman. Because as we can see, this can still be flexible, but if we're looking at the draft of Mongolia, how it went for the past few days, it's always about the Fredrin jungle.
Yeah.
So either the XP. Oh.
Okay.
So this opens up the role of the Novaria.
This still is a question though. Like, is this the Rome Novaria or the Rome Faramis? Like, those are interchangeable.
Yeah.
Although they are going mid Rome, but which one is which, and what does that bring for responsibility wise? We'll have to see.
Yeah, but yesterday it was in the Rome, since it's still a flexible moment right now. So in the second phase, Mongolia might target the marksman heroes of Philippines, but they're maintaining their choice in the Rome. A respect ban again. That's the Grok.
Yep.
And since there's no marksman yet available for Mongolia, they either do the same thing all over again, because in the choices of the marksman of Mongolia, we've seen them use the Beatrix, we've seen them use the Brody, and a great way also to evade that lethal burst counter for an Esmeralda. Yeah, you just take out the Dairoth.
I think
have a good time in the XP lane.
Yeah, I think too, Mongolia should just maybe consider banning out the Claude. Like, take that out, at least so it just you don't have to deal with possible split pushing.
Either that they are prepared or they're just willing to let it go, or they take it on for themselves.
Yeah, unless you have confidence enough to deal with it. Like I said, you know, either in the lane or the split pushing itself. Because we didn't even have to get to that point in the previous game, right? It was Recreatiano was just getting there and it really shined, but they don't opt for that. They actually just go with banning out the Cho here.
Interesting. Okay, different. Maybe they would get the Kufra because there's a Lancelot, so they're letting the Claude go again. Okay. Maybe they have their own way of answering to the problems of game number 1. So if they've taken out the Cho, maybe something tells me they don't want that Jeet Kune Do flicker Way of the Dragon thing in their back line, which was a big problem in game number 1. So this sets up a different marksman for their own draft.
We're assuming marksman in XP lane at least. Okay.
Oh, it's out.
There it is. He brought it. The Turizla for Aizen. So locking in the XP lane. I feel like this is, again, if a lot of people caught the stream that wasn't here on the English stream, you got to see Aizen play the Turizla, and it was a treat, to say the least. It was great. He was like 7-0-7 or something like that. He was
7-0-7 on a Turizla.
He was a wild man.
So this is the checkbox that we're talking about. Go back to roots.
This is the Aizen box.
The Aizen box,
yeah.
Right.
So he's looking to take Philippines to the penalty zone. That's where he wants to take them.
Okay, so with that threat being set on the table, they can still go with the Claude again.
Philippines? Yeah, they do.
They
Why
just
not?
did.
It's there,
and
right?
a good partner as well, and that's the Eve. A good composition for Philippines for game number 2 that we're seeing here. But with the threat of the Turizla, let's see how will this be a different recipe for Mongolia. They don't have a marksman yet, but if you're up against a Claude, what are more of the options? You have the Brody.
They still have Brody. They still have Beatrix, which we've seen Bebex play, and do relatively okay on it. And but that's the thing. You just want to be able to, I guess, out-sustain, if not outlive your opponent here from Philippines, because yeah, it's going to be tough, man. We haven't seen a solution to the Angela yet. As I say back in the Philippines, the nice one baby combo.
The nice one, yeah, in the Philippines call it the nice one baby combo.
What's the answer for it? Well, Beatrix going to be locked in here with their last pick. I don't know if that's the answer, but still, we're looking for it.
Okay.
Because you saw yesterday, man, how many times have we seen Angela pop up so far up to this point? Early game, that heart guard is... How do you deal with it?
Love Waves, heart guard. Oh, I'm just there. No matter what my teammates do, I can just go in the recall and just use the ultimate right away for support and reinforcement.
And not only that, but the fact too that you also have an Esmeralda to deal with. There's so much here. Again, Heart Guard paired up with the Lancelot also works really, really well, allowing, even if you're losing some of the neutral objectives, you're not in position, knowing that you have Heart Guard there just kind of waiting for you, and it comes in right at time as you go in for, let's say, the Turtle or the Lord Steel. You have that extra layer of confidence, you know what I mean?
Just to dive in.
Just to dive in.
Yeah.
So that is something that you have to be aware of if you're Mongolia here.
Okay, now game number 2, how will they approach this draft? What will be the execution? But as far as we know, based on numbers, Aizen could have his way of getting retribution out of his Turizla. So let's check how will the Emblems be a good match against the Philippines composition.
I mean, even just for what we're seeing from the Tier 3, right? Unigo having that focusing mark once again works so well because especially if you tie in the Heart Guard with Seisun, you just have that extra 6% to work with whenever it's procced, right? Now on the other side, Ethan has it too. But you still have to hope that you land those great stampedes. You get the timing on your Cult Altar here. It should work relatively well. You just have to be able to execute that part. And you can see, too, even in that river, just kind of fighting for space there to work with. Little 1v1 here now as we had Forbid back up. There's the emblems.
Yeah, good usage of the Astral Echo, though. So prevents the way of like continuous using of the Art of Thievery against the Beatrix. So that's one way of aiding the gold lane early on.
Yeah.
And maybe from now, with this Navaria Rome present in the side of Mongolia, things could go their way in amping up the early game. So doing a great start. Doing a great start with this Navaria.
Yeah, I like to, the fact that we saw it there briefly before taking the short pause that ZX Aura running on the Fredrin, he's got the concussive blast, right? He's rolling with that for the tier 3. He's also got the attack speed there for the tier 2, and then he's got the vitality for tier 1. So he's rather tanky, but he's also just hitting faster and proccing, the kit of Fredrin, how he works, and we'll have to see how he builds it out. What build route does he go? Because we've seen some different variations up to this point, especially when we saw Philippines plant Fredrin in the mid lane.
Yep.
I'm not sure, exactly how ZX Aura wants to build it in the jungle. So as that kind of unfolds, it'll be interesting to see how that works because it is a great tool. Fredrin alone is a great tool here to hopefully counterplay into this. And again, you have a lot of CC available to you. The fact, too, that Aizen... Yeah. The fact that Aizen is also paired with you on the Terizla, right? And you have Fredrin and Terizla, it should be able to set things up. At least if the Philippines is the one to force a situation, then you have the tools that you need to play into it if you have no other option. You know what I mean? And that's penalty zone, and even with having Fredrin there.
And that's the answer for their game number 1. How do they catch something as slippery as a Claude? How do they catch somebody as can evade as with the Falling Storm? And even how would you even get that way of like, just stay there until we make that set? So maybe now they're getting a good answer on how to get 2 members out of the Philippines. Yeah, you're right. Forcing out something, making them react, and going back to our pause here, it's 1 minute in, and we have the focus from the XP lane. We have the Esmeralda and the Terizla. Now going back on our objectives here, and it's just purely Mongolia looking towards of securing the vision in the river.
Well, the fact that, like I said, they have Novaria, vision should be in their favor for the most part, right? It's more so choosing your battles, because you know that every time you do choose whether it's one person you're focusing on or a team fight or skirmish, you got to watch out for the Heart Guard, especially when Inigo gets at level 4. Right now, doesn't have it, but still, as things kind of just get the pacing, get paced here, leading into that first turtle. Cannon, though, going to be in a little bit of trouble, should be just fine. Little pokes back and forth here, but now Turtle is going to spawn in a couple of seconds as we see Mongolia get in position. Aizen trying to get that level 4, does have it now. So penalty zone available to him too.
Green lights across the flicker combo here that might come up. Oh, look at that. That's what I'm talking about. Inigo now being forced to back away. Now Cannon trying to hold on. And this is still going slowly.
Okay, so still going to be working for the Turtle. And as they work for it, that's going to be secured. So it works well, right? They get the Turtle starting off with a good part of the early game.
Now going back, Philippines here, getting back on track. So the lead, a bit of a, almost 1,000 against Mongolia. Now they need to go back in their own resources to move. Good dodge, though, from Saison. But that is vision being collected by Forbid. That's one thing that you utilize with the Astral Echo. Look at that, being trapped and slowed.
Yeah, Forbid should be fine. He's going to go ahead and regen up. Still focusing on that purple buff. The rotation here important. As you see there too, Bebex though. Heart Guard already on Saison. Should be able to get away. Bebex now has the support of his team. They get the knock up there. Saison will fall. Now going to be looking for Inigo. Do they go? Stampede going to come through. There's the kill cleaned up by ZX Aura. Mongolia able to find kills across the board here now, starting to build their own little lead.
This is the threat now of Mongolia. That 4-man gank and invade onto the member of Team Philippines. This is their nature in the early game. They have vision, they have way of slowing down, they have way to taunt. This is the one we're talking about. They force out something out of the Philippines and get them off guard most of the times in the early game. So now since the Navarra is present for Mongolia, their mindset is probably to cross the bridge and have that power spike for this Novaria, and they need to hold it through. And if you want to, in the late game, they need to have the good defense as well. But Team Philippines might be on a state to be on to focus and being disciplined, getting the objectives.
Well, so they're already, you can see this. This is very different from Mongolia this time, right? They've got this nice, 2K gold lead already 4 minutes in. And they have a lead, right? They have this lead. They're going to be working for it, putting the pressure even in the jungle, which is great. Eisen even just confident enough to plan himself here, there to try to possibly catch someone out if he can. And it's Mongolia that's setting the pace, which is great to see them do to hopefully get us to a game number 3. Philippines will have to find some answer with this, though. Also just kind of working against the displacement, the vision provided.
Look at Eisen.
Eisen, he's still in that. He's been there for minutes,
Eisen.
man. Here he goes. Unigo, he's going to jump in. Penalty zone should be an easy kill. Finds it just like that, all leading it to another turtle. Going to go and be secured by Mongolia. Bebek still going to be in trouble. Perfect. Coltozer comes through with a flicker. They get punished. Bebek will fall. Another one goes down as Ethan falls. Still going to fight it out. Hardguard comes through. Is it going to be enough to sustain through this? Appraiser's Wrath comes down. He's still alive, but Cannon falls finally as 2 go down for the Philippines.
Talking about stepping out the gas for this Novaria, 3-0-2. Pokes, we're talking about how will this suffice the sustain of an Angela and a Lancelot. Well, force them out, burst them down, and just by looking at the items, you have the magic shoes present for Forbid, and as well as the BOD for Bebex. Now we have the dominant size as well. Early start for Mongolia, and this is the confidence that they need. Something to penetrate Philippines here in their own way, and having the chance of the regen, but as well as with the Faramis, I can say just keep on doing it over and over again. Try to isolate the members of Philippines.
Yeah, Eisen, he's cutting that wave up there on the top side, but look, 2 members, he already penalty zone 2, but meanwhile in the bottom lane, Raquitiano will fall. Meanwhile, in the jungle, Eisen, 1 versus 3, basically gonna flicker out after grabbing a kill here. He's on the run. Quite a bit of action on all parts of the map here, OSX.
Yeah, Sora now taunting Archangel.
Oh, still
he
gonna
might
be going.
not survive. Look at the taunt. No, Appraiser's Wrath taking out the life out of that Eve. Now Mongolia trying to gain more coverage of the map this time and gaining more kills onto Eisen and Bebex. Wow, this is the roots of Mongolia going to the comfort picks, getting in and starting in strong against Philippines.
This is exactly what Mongolia has to do, right? They're starting. They came out swinging, to be honest. Like they just started right away. They got the lead that they needed. They're maintaining it. So we're almost to that point again where they're going to go ahead and hopefully be able to secure that last turtle. They'll transition to the mid game and late game. Hopefully we get there, and they can hold it together because right now they're the one controlling the pace of the game. And now it's up to the Philippines to respond. But if you're looking, even before we took this pause, there was the action at the bottom where Raquitiano was focused on by, I think it was 3 members, right? But meanwhile, up on the top lane, it was just Eisen versus the world, it seemed like, in the jungle. And he came out with a kill, and then he survived on it. Yeah.
And so look back on how the life drain is just going well with Eisen and Terizla. Looking back on the defensive items on Team Philippines, we just see 1 building up to the dominance Eisen, as well as mostly the offensive items present. We have the Demon Hunter Sword and the War Axe. Mostly on an offense, and this is a build-up that they're trying to do. Finally cross their own way of getting into the mid-game, because right now the Novaria is just having a good power spike. 3-0, a good start for this mage to even activate in the later stages of the game. So the pokes needs to be worried about, but some point in time they can divert how they're rotating macroly. So there's one way, like, trying to pin down mostly of the members of Mongolia.
I think biggest thing here that has to be taken care of if you're a Mongolia is, once again, no matter how this early game is going, it's going great, right? But being aware of what's going on that mid to late game, especially the fact that, yes, you're still working against Raquitiano here on the Claude, even at any point in the game, he could still be putting pressure, right? So you need to be aware of that if you're Mongolia, because as good as the early game is going for them, the macro play, we've been talking about this a lot, OSX, about Philippines and how they've mastered that. And so for Mongolia, the early lead, it's how many kills do they have? I think it's like 10 kills or 11 kills at this point early on. They're doing it, right? But still, can they maintain that into hopefully getting, like I said, these objectives, marching down into the lanes of the Philippines and really taking it to them, because that's kind of what has to happen here. Because as time goes on, and we saw this even just with the specific hero of Novaria, scaling is going to be great for Bid, right? You have it, you can use it, you can utilize that. Philippines, though, has to be very aware of that and deal around it. They have an Eve. Objectively, they should be good. Cannon, though, should be able to get... Okay, he did sprint. He's going to get knocked up here, still trying to survive the best he can. Falling Star Moon to safety. Dodges the Appraiser's Wrath as well. Oh, no. But the shot is going to find him. Cannon and Unigo fall. Man, he was in deep territory cutting.
That three-man rotation onto Mongolia is going way faster than we thought. Saison, the damage receiving from Sora. Massive show of display of damage from that Fredrin.
It's crazy because with as many kills that Mongolia has right now, you'd expect them to be up more gold, right? But this is another objective. Still maintaining about 4,000k gold lead. This is great for them. Just continue to choke out these resources as best as you can because the Philippines is scrambling right now, right? They're really trying. Unigo quite low here too. ZXaura trying to just show face here with the rest of the team. It's still focusing on that tier 1. Look at Aizen once again. He might make a move. He doesn't have Flicker available though. So he's going to have to just show up here, get some attention as they work on the tier 1. Going to not connect with the penalty zone though. The shots from Forbid coming through, plus these sniper shots. They finally get the turret in the tier 1, and they make their eyes set elsewhere. Trying to find the bottom lane. Recutiano, though, should be able to get away just fine.
The peel is so high right now for Mongolia. And looking back on the defensive items on Philippines right now, building through the Oracle, we're seeing Cannon getting the Oracle right away to even just sustain. The Esmeralda would be enough to deplete even the health and the shields of Mongolia, but he needs more way of like aiding that shield throughout the game that they even be invaded. Aizen is trying to have his eyes on the marksman of Philippines. Now they're trying to cover the losses of the camps that they missed against Mongolia.
Okay, there's a massive game here too for Mongolia. I mean, Forbid is just, he's deadly. You know, at this point, even just 8 minutes, 40 seconds into the game, even taking a look at the items here, he's already got what he needs. He's going to be working on that Enchanted Talisman as well. There is also a golden staff being picked up here by Recutiano, so he's still farming up relatively well. Needs time though. Unigo going to be in trouble. Not sure if the penalty zone was needed, but just to be sure, Aizen getting that kill there. So massive, expected with the Terizla. Purple buff going to be taken also from Saison here. They're still putting pressure, and Lord is going to be up in about 10 seconds.
Yeah, the threat now of this Terizla 4-0-2. Looking back on how he gives the setups for Mongolia, either you trade with something out of the map, because as we know, 2-14 scoreboard, no turrets being taken down, and still we're seeing a push from Recutiano, giving all of the resources to Mongolia. The mindset here is to get back in the late game, but now the coverage of what Aizen is just doing is becoming a problem for the Claude and even and Unigo. You're right at the very first part. They keep on forcing the Heart Guard throughout the way that they're being invaded most of the time and slowing down the process of having a great way of coming back.
I guess in the question to the, the answer to the question about Angela is Mongolia has found it, right? They really have not let up at all. And this whole combination with the Lancelot and Angela is just not working out for Philippines. Right now, Mongolia is the one setting the pace, and they're continuing onward. Ooh. Lord now is going to be marching with them here. It's going to go bottom side, so we're going to see Mongolia focus on mid lane, at least get the tier 2. We had Aizen up there as well alongside Forbid, and that's also another big item pickup here from Bebex, finally getting that Wind of Nature. And they have plenty of magic resistance as well. This is going to be tough for the Philippines to hold on to. Right now, Mongolia in good position.
Did you see the tear from the Astral Recall? Almost half HP from Recutiano. Yeah. And also you have the burst coming from Aizen even for Bebex. So they need to have a sure way of having a great defense with that Sora.
Already get in the back line. Pushing them back. Penalty zone in the backside. They find Recutiano. They're going to fall down. Lord already being worked on. Heart Guard on Saison. Archangel has to flicker out. The turret's finally going to fall here. Still don't want to press this situation any further, but Saison, he doesn't want to deal with Aizen here. Aizen is stacked at this point on the Terizla.
There's no deaths onto this Terizla, onto this Fredrin, even onto this Novaria. the gap right now is just too hard even to fight their damage, even to deflect it. Look at that Astral Recall. And also, one of the ways to slow, probably Philippines is eyeing out to slow them down, trying to divert members of Mongolia right away because they have more ways of clearing this, okay? They have the Claude still being present, but they can't go out the base just yet.
That's so tough. This is almost like a, in a way, it's like a mirror from what we saw in the previous game in terms of like economy, lead, and everything else. Now Mongolia, about 8,000 gold ahead, just the 12-minute mark, massive in the kill department, and there really is no answer right now for the Philippines. They're just playing to the beat of Mongolia here. Even if you look at the gold earned, right, Bebex is on top. You have Aizen there as well alongside Forbid. Rakutiano just trying to farm up the most he can, but it's even a risk to be off, you know, to be off on your own farming up because you know you're going to get collapsed on or at least even spotted out, right? But still here in the mid lane, they're not afraid to at least get this part of their jungle. They do have to be careful, though, because the tools are in favor for Mongolia. The space is in favor for them.
There's lanes pushing in, top, mid, and bottom. Now, Philippines needs to answer more of this. How will they go and penetrate Bebex back in their own defense? Because as we see, Sora, he has the taunt. Forbid has a way of slowing them down, getting so much vision for the team. You have Ethan having the Cult Altar present and just looking by the items here, more sustain. You have the Dominance Ice. You have the Radiant Armor plus the Guardian Helmet. A lot of ways to sustain here. But we're seeing still hope for Philippines to fight back and getting the items. But for the damage side, we have 3 physical penetrations from Saison and as well as Recatiano building those damage in. So will the set be enough for Philippines to have against Mongolia, or even target most of the one of the slowest way of like getting that turnaround?
I feel like one of the biggest things here is just dealing with the Cult Altar, man. Like even without that, they were lacking damage for the longest time. So Philippines just kind of scrapping, right? They're really trying to stay in this game right now. Mongolia, though, in a prime position to possibly close this one out as they march down the mid lane. Lord still in the bottom. Cannon going to jump in with the Falling Star Moon, trying to buy a little bit more time here. The rest of the team has to regen up after taking a couple shots. They're quite low. Lord's still going to be working on him. RWM is going to come out, forcing him back a little bit. Mongolia jumps in. Aizen with a massive flicker penalty zone play. Cult Altar there too. Can they clear it out? The Philippines can't. We're going to a game 3.
Finally getting the first point out of the Philippines through their run. Mongolia bounces back, more prepared than ever, and they just let all the comfort picks out for the Philippines. And this is the first tiebreaker game that we're about to see in the semifinals.
Whew. It's good to see. We want a best of 3 to go 3 games, right? Yes, it's the semis. Yes, there's an extra life there. Cambodia is waiting for one of these teams, Philippines or Mongolia. And we did say that Mongolia tasted their first defeat yesterday, right? Now, as in game-wise, the Philippines has, right? So, and we did say this also, that after the game number 1, how strong of a showing it was from the Philippines, that Mongolia is one of those teams that will adjust on the fly. We've seen them do it before, and that's exactly what happened. This was a dominant game for Mongolia here. Like, there was not
it was a mirror in a way.
Yeah, in a way, from game 1. There wasn't a time in this game where the Philippines was in a good position to turn things around.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? So that is something that I feel like they really have to calculate. And again, it was the Angela first pick, right, that popped up. But I still wonder if in terms of Mongolia, their play style here, their answer, this was comfort. You know, you talked about comfort specifically, and this seemed like the right play for them here.
They actually went with the Terizla in the second game. They didn't want this to be a sweep right off the bat from the Philippines. So this is completely a great way of adjusting what happened to game number 1. And as we go back in the replays, this was how they gained control of the vision, of the formation as Philippines is heading for. Most of the turtles are mostly on their side of baiting Philippines out. It's always about forcing. It's always about getting 2 members out to take a peek on where's the vision coming from Mongolia. But it seems like as they keep on doing that, most of the times that they wanted to build up with the mid to late game spike, it was kind of like slowing down in a way, because a lot of them are being bursted down. Scores are climbing up, KDAs are climbing up for Asian as well as for Bid. And we were expecting even for the late game to just be the answer of the Philippines for their way of fighting back, but Mongolia just totally take 5 minutes away in their own state, in their own compositions, even like, hey, we know that it's for the mid to late game, but we want to do it now while we have a chance and a window.
Yeah, and even just looking at the replay here, right, like I said, for the most part, even in the kill department, that lead was established early on by Mongolia. The heart guards just weren't enough. And I feel like, too, you know, thinking about Angela being first picked, where we said typically what we've seen, at least statistically, the heart guard is very, very strong in the early game, but it just wasn't the case here, right? There was so much happening, I feel like, from Mongolia, and they just did not let up. They had the right tools, they found the right pickoffs early on, to the point where Unigo wasn't much of a threat, right? He had a very tough time, 0 and 6 at the end of it. And just not a fun time on the Angela pick. Not sure if, you know, they'll still kind of go that route, or what we see as the adjustment comes through for Game 3.
It was, in a way, kryptonite being held against Team Philippines, because in a way that they had the spiel this high, Mongolia has all the peel and all the damage, they're forcing out 2 members being depleted down. And that was the way of like Unigo was needed to respond. Normally in an Angela, that's one way you get a way of like countering the damage off of a team, but mostly just Mongolia took an advantage of using it against him. So in a way, in the peel of the last part, it was so high to be dealt with just 2 pokes from the Beatrix and even from the Novaria. It was a completely a devastating moment for the Philippines even to defend.
Yeah, that's what we saw, right? We kind of saw that from Forbid, specifically even. We kind of knew this when Novaria does come out to these matches into the Land of Dawn, whatever team is playing her, you know that the poke is going to be deadly. You know, even if you don't get to the late game, it's kind of tough to deal with. Whether she's in the mid lane, whether she's in the roam role, it's still the same, right? So looking at the stats here for this game number 2, let's break it down a little bit further as we saw kind of the builds. Again, 2-16. Mongolia dominant game number 2, 14 minutes, right? Took them a little bit longer here. But even just looking at it, like I said, it was played out very well. The CC that they had available to them, plus the poke damage, just between Novaria and a Beatrix alone, is kind of a headache to deal with. You know what I mean? Like, it's tough to deal with, especially when you're behind. So you pair it up with the rest of the tools they had, it was tough.
With that kind of a headache of burst, of lethal burst damage, what Philippines has is a Dominance Ice. And also Oracle, 2 Dominance Ice as well in Oracle.
Yep.
But it wasn't even enough, because at some point, Inigo needs to respond. He has no way of like letting things go. Like, if a jump from Saison would make a difference if in pinning down members of Mongolia to have a depleted way of answering in the late game, he would go for it, just respond right away. Because that was the thing that they wanted to fall into from the mindsets of Mongolia. Make Unigo answer for Saison to even to respond, and just you have 3 members to even go up against their own way of poke damage type of heroes. You said it correctly. You have the BOD, you have the Malefic Roar, and as well as a full, even you have that Divine Glaive present for the Novaria, having no deaths at all, and even for the Terizla. You said a 707, right? In the stats for the Terizla. Now it's a 503.
He had a massive game, you know, but not even just Aizen. Like, I know, like, Aizen had great plays, and even at the end, they're able to catch him out with that, you know, the signature flicker penalty zone. But just overall, like, Mongolia covered their bases in each role. They all played an amazing part for this dominant win, and it was, yes, it was the draft as well, but just the execution obviously was way better for them here than in game 1. Like I said,
completely.
If teams are going against the Philippines, your biggest thing you want to do is be able to establish your early game, or at least maintain, like stay toe-to-toe with the Philippines in the early game and hope to transition really well mid and build that lead. Because Philippines, for example, if they are behind like this, and with this kind of lineup specifically, again, it's Angela. Your job is to just heart guard into people. There's not too much of an impact that you can have in terms of other than just the heart guard part, right? Like that's what your job is. Where in comparison, right, Mongolia you have the fairness available to you. There's a lot more you can do and kind of be proactive there, you know, and deal with that, especially with the Cult Alter timing. It's really important to take note of that because early skirmishes is all what leads up to those mid-game spikes and the transition from there. So, you know, we're at the 1-1 now for both these teams for the semifinals. We are going to take a short break and let the teams get reset here as they get ready for Game 3. So sit tight. We'll be back after the break.
One purpose. One dream. One rhythm. One step closer to glory. They say history remembers the winner. So who will be the ones writing the future? The halls of power call for their kings. The ones who won't back down. The ones who believed. The ones who knew that over 100 nations can't be wrong. Join the fight between August 24th and September 3rd as Yash becomes the world's esports capital.
Welcome back again to the Asian Championships here. It's the final day of the Gamers 8 IESF for MLBB. And we're at a 1-for-1 between Mongolia and the Philippines. Game 1 and Game 2 quite dominant for both teams in their wins. And again, I'm Nice. Joined here with me as OSX, and we're here to bring you a game number 3. How we feeling, man?
This is the intensity of a best of one going back to our teams today. They had their first point up against the Philippines, giving their first loss in their IESF run 1-1. A bit of adjustment that we might see in the Philippines because that's the comfort picks that we're looking for the teams to even use. They had used the Terizla, they had used more of their ways of like getting through the challenge in the Philippines. So maybe now they might have a grip on what's coming next.
Well, again, I don't know if what's coming next is another, Angela pick, because I feel like we saw so many dominant performances from Angela as a hero alone in the hands of the Philippines and even other teams, but this time it didn't really work out for them. They kind of, it seemed like there was an answer to it now, and we were kind of wondering about this. Hopefully there's more, that we get to see even with sustained comps and everything like that, but still, you have a point, OSX. It's the comfort that we saw actually from Mongolia, and we heard quite a bit, like I said, about Aizen, on that Terizla. Had an amazing game, but it wasn't just him. 4-bit as well on the Novaria. You commented this in the draft that, you have vision. It's great that you get that amazing vision, especially early on, but you also get massive poke potential, with Novaria. And that's something that works really well just with the lineup that they had. And I think, as things kind of fall throughout that last game, it just was in favor across the board, for Mongolia to deal with. And so for the Philippines, you have to bet, they're going to adjust really quickly on this, right? And how does that change the course of the draft, I think, is one of the biggest things that we're looking forward to seeing here. Because still, if you look at that lineup that they had the previous game, there wasn't, again, moments for Philippines to kind of catch their breath, from the pressure being put on them from Mongolia.
Yeah, they're back on the second pick this time around. So first, Mongolia needs to gambit something out from the lineup of Philippines. So they have taken out the Link, taken out the Uranus. Similar respect bans here as well as roam bans for the Philippines, having a good way of shortening out their comfort tricks. Yeah, that's a respect onto the Novaria.
Yep.
So denying vision in early game prowess that can be an aid for their lineup.
So good bans for both teams right now, right? They're still waiting for that final one for the first phase from both of them, but already showing some form of respect and also just working around those picks as well. It's good that they don't have the Novaria to deal with this time. If you're the Philippines, we'll see what they want to play around with, right? It's kind of expected that Fanny does get taken out, that last ban for the first phase from Mongolia. They kind of cover the bases there. And the Fredrin, also last ban for the first phase for the Philippines. Great choices, right? Because we saw ZXOR the previous game having a heck of a time on his Fredrin and just pairing it up well with the composition they had. Again, a nice little look at the trophy there that they're fighting for. This is the semifinals. It's now down to basically a best of one. in this original best of 3. It's a 1-1, and whoever wins this will go on to the grand finals later, which will be a best of 5, and whoever loses this match will go down to face Cambodia, who is patiently waiting.
Down in the lower bracket.
Yep.
Now they have the Eve on their prio pick. Now for Philippines, opening up the chance of having their Angela as well back on track, or even their assassin pick. So opening the Claude again for this one. So I believe this one comfort way of dealing on the roots of Mongolia, but still no respect ban for the Terizla though.
Well, maybe they're just comfortable with it going through.
Yeah.
You know, that might be one thing. They're still going for the Claude, though. They go with the Claude, they go with the Grok. Interesting.
Same as game number 1.
Yeah, interesting, right? And still, even the previous game, like, you go from having this great Claude game to, you know, the second one, you just didn't get to the point where you needed to be, you know, so to speak. And then they pair it up with the Grok. So now Response-wise from Mongolia, still, now that they have the mid locked in, they could go ahead and secure themselves a jungle this early on, or at least one of the flex hero picks still available. One that we haven't really seen pop up is Joy, you know.
Which has been open, not being banned, not being taken,
But instead, Fairness comes through, so we've got, there's the comfort, right? Still going for the comfort, there's the Terizla. Why not? Go with that same concept, the flicker, penalty zone combination should work out just great. But this time, yeah, you have an Eve and a Faramis to kind of help you out. So in terms of that, right, you want to be able to deal with this combination just in the mid lane alone. If you're the Philippines.
Yeah, I think they're more prepared to handle it this time, knowing that they did not respect ban it. So going back to game number 1 draft, you have the Grok, you have the Claude, so they might tend to settle up in their own mage hero here. A lot of things are present on the table.
Farsa.
You have the Farsa, you have the Kadita present, you have the the Frederick's been banned now, so a lot of ways to prioritize this last phase. Yeah, there's the Joy that you're talking about. Not giving a chance to the second phase to be taken by Mongolia. So it's a great way to have the backline be open with the beats of the Joy, and you have that Eve in the side of Mongolia. I think by this, there's a lot of ways to evade that penalty zone and the dashes that Mongolia can do in terms of team fights.
Yeah, that's always the challenge, though, is like, you know, in any Terizla players landing the penalty zone, especially when you don't have the flicker available. But you just get to the point where if you get a lead, you're so durable. And that's what we saw in the previous game. Like, Aizen was so durable. He had I think he had 2 early kills even. And it was just, you know, hell for the Philippines to deal with. Again, on the fact, too, that you're playing... Again, you drafted that early Angela pick, and your sole job is just kind of heart guard around. You weren't able to do that, right? Too much, or at least to some success. So now, as they get through this second phase of these bans, you see the Hayabusa was taken out. Also, like I said, these are all, so far, majority bans towards the jungle, right? Towards Saison here, to kind of force him on something that Mongolia wants to deal with. They don't want to deal with assassins at all. So last one, too, for the Philippines is the Bane pick, which, again, has showed up quite often in the jungle here for a lot of teams in this Asian Championship.
Yeah, looking back how they're respecting the Hayabusa, the Fanny, and the Ling, a huge respect for Saison's hero pool. And for Philippines, since it was a way for for this Bane to show up, especially in the jungle, so they don't want that chance of having this counterplay in terms of getting those objectives either the retry battle. So with this point, they don't want the knock-up since they have the Joy, don't want the knock-up as well for the Grok. So might as well like deplete the choices and have a balanced way of approaching taking objectives or even taking out ganks.
So now that we're in this second phase, this is where some surprises could come through. Maybe even from the Philippines here, as they get ready to lock in their next option. Like we said, they still need a mid. The Farsa is still available. They also have to decide what they want to throw in the jungle. It's going to be the Martis, though. So leaning or opting more for that utility that we've seen quite a few times that teams kind of go through. Back to where, it was a lot of Fredrin and Martis in the jungle. So with Fredrin being taken out in the ban phase, you now have Martis.
Yeah. First in to see with the Philippines, with the Martis going to hands, probably with Saison. Now with this kind of way of dealing with the ultimates of the Martis and a Joy, how do you evade that? So might as well, like, we could either expect Mongolia to have that Purifies present in this game. So how do you even get across those catch? Yes, you can force, but in terms of evading, you're dealing with the skill set of a Martis that can be deadly and also be a way of
there's a
dealing more
surprise
approach and a surprise, and they're using it against Philippines.
Okay.
Hellkurt for Mongolia, and you have a Leslie.
Darkness is falling. At what time is it here? It's it's in the afternoon. It's about 1:20 in the afternoon.
1:20, but if
in
we
Saudi
hit,
Arabia.
yeah, it's still. Well, we still have
Well,
sun.
darkness is falling in the land of dawn. At
The
least,
land
right?
of dawn,
So,
and in the Philippines,
Yeah.
it's a different time zone. But will they take out the Hellkurt, and they're using it against the Philippines?
again, I said Mongolia is one of those teams that likes to play, a little on the edge, a little risky. Hellkurt, we have seen him, in other competitions pop up, and sometimes it works out great. Sometimes it doesn't. But that's part of the play style, and why I say some of the teams just like to live on the edge a little bit, right? You take a jungler like that against a Martis in this lineup, which is rather tanky. You've got quite a bit of durability here to deal with if you're Mongolia to deal with the Philippines.
And you have the Yuzong back in the hands of Cannon. We've seen him how he performed back in the SEA Games, one of the comfort picks. We're going back to the roots as well for the Philippines. Their strong way of dealing and probably getting through this tiebreaker game against Mongolia. A lot of ways to opening up where you're strong at. So you're going up against Mongolia this time.
Yep.
Maybe this is more of a better way of approaching it, since there's no Novaria present, but the threat of the Hellkurt. And rotation-wise, you saw and you told us in a macro prowess that is how the Philippines is known and strong for.
Yeah.
Well, they're trying to breaking it with the Dark Knight Falls.
And Hellkurt's fun. Like, Hellkurt's a fun hero.
Of course.
Yeah, it's because of the fact that you really are. I don't know. I guess he's one of the more exciting assassin heroes to play, especially with the way his mechanics work and everything. But also just the numbers can be quite big. Can be quite a surprise. And because you have that Darkness Falls ultimate and the way that it works, like you have a single tool to work with the majority of this game, and cause issues basically for the enemy team. So that's something that you can really do with the Darkness Falls. Now, how does that get solved, for the Philippines? Well, a lot of it, again, they have to be able to, this time, they have to be the ones to be able to control some of that early game aggression.
I say when they switch the lights off, just do your own thing, not get too, anxious on where is the Hellkurt might be coming from. They know this like in the back of their hand. They've been playing Hellkurt for so long, and that was one of the surprise drafts that we've seen in the pro scene. So when this is being used against them, this might also be a test for Team Philippines on how to handle this kind of way in your own question. So maybe maintaining those lanes and keeping up, just in par of what's happening. So might not get too anxious when lights go out.
Well, anxious or not, dealing with the Hellkurt alone is something that the Philippines has to deal with. But like you mentioned, this is not unfamiliar territory to them. We've seen this also pop up over in that region as well, and they should have the idea how to handle it. But biggest thing again is early game. Who's able to set the pace here? Who's able to get the momentum going? We saw from game 1 to game 2, it was both of those teams respectively, right? Where the Philippines had it in game 1, it ended rather quickly before the 12-minute mark. Then in game 2, it was Mongolia that did it around the 14-minute mark. So now that we hit game 3 and we have two very distinctively different lineups here, right? Especially in the case of, for example, the Philippines. They are very durable. This one is a lot, if they're able to scale up very defensively too, and I can't wait to see what emblems they decide to roll with, on this, because if you're just talking about matchup in the jungle, right, with the Hellkurt and the Martis, it's not technically an easy target, right, for the Hellkurt. That's why you really need the support of your team, at least even for the Philippines, to again help your Martes, help Saesun farm up, get those objectives, compete for them, but be able to follow through the objective fights. Because if you just look at the ultimates alone for the Philippines, if they're layered properly, even with the Darkness Falls, like it still could be in their favor, right? They have so many options available to them.
Yeah, so it's going to be a test on how will they handle the objective takings, how to handle the retry battle. So a lot of things right now coming in to our minds, me and Naisu, with this kind of lineup. It's exciting to see how Helkert and even Amartis have a high way of getting those objectives, getting those laning ganks. So a lot of things are going, well, could be either in favor in each of the countries who will fight in it, because after this, we will know who's going to go down in the lower bracket and who is going to proceed in the grand finals, and wait on who's going to crawl back again. Or will it be from the team from the first that they lost and fall down the lower bracket, or will they just go ahead and have the retaliation back in the grand finals? A lot of things at stake here today.
This is a test of endurance, if you will, right?
Oh, yeah.
Because, okay, so we just did get word that they might be redoing the draft, or they're just doing the same pick. So we actually have to see what they end up doing, right? But basically, essentially, the same thing sticks here. It's an endurance test, because if you end up playing in the series, now going the distance, right? It's a best of three. We're about to hit that third game. And then after that, the losing team here in this one has to go play Cambodia, right? And they have a best of three there. And let's say that losing team ends up beating Cambodia, and then they go to the grand final.
Same thing going back up.
They're going to be playing in the grand final, right? So there is for all you training mentally at home, playing MLBB hours and hours a day, this is what it's for, right? The moments like this.
The 8-hour grind.
The grind, basically, is real. And that's something you have to consider. The fact, too, is like endurance-wise, mentally, right? These players have to stay this focused for quite a long time. Again, as they figure things out here, as we get situated for Game 3, not sure if it's going to be a redraft or the same draft, but again, we did see the Helkert pop up, which was kind of a surprise pick, I would say, for the majority of people. And this is what we expected, too, at this course, at this point in the tournament, where some of these, you like to call them cheese strats, or like cheese picks, aces up your sleeve. Okay, we are redrafting. So we'll see if it's completely different.
The same thing,
this time around. Yeah.
Okay, we have bans on the Navaria. Respect bans again from the Philippines, from Mongolia as well. Still the staple bans and approach. So Fanny as well. I think it's gonna be the same for the bans for the first
You
phase.
think so?
Yeah, because if there could be changes.
Maybe it wasn't meant to be Helkert. No, I'm joking. I don't know. We don't know.
Oh,
right?
come on.
Helkert would hopefully we still see it.
Okay, we're hoping for that. But Philippines, in a way, ban out the Faramis.
Okay, so it is going to be different in some way or another.
Okay. We'll just hold our horses here, just in case.
Let's also go through a reset here, OSX, right?
Me and you.
All right, rewind.
Okay, rewind.
Okay, there's the sound effect. Now, over 30 seconds till we find out the next band from Mongolia, right? They're already respecting. We saw this, though, previously from the last draft, where it was like, all right, let's focus down on these assassin jungle picks against Saesun, kind of corner him to something. We did see him, like I said, he picked up the utility. Martiz was going to kind of go that route, but this time it could change. Last ban, though, might still, in this phase, it might not be towards the jungle, but I wouldn't be surprised if later on you still see, for example, the Hayabusa banned out. So this time they take the Uranus out. They don't want to deal with that in the XP lane.
The problem of having Uranus is most of the time you got cut lanes, you have his way of zoning out and getting those turtles on their side, and as well as getting your own solo kill. We've seen those matches that the Uranus can take down marksmen, heroes on the opposing side. So maybe that's one you're like, hey, let's balance it out. Go ahead and pull your comfort picks, and we'll see it from there. Yeah. So opening up the chance here for Mongolia, they have a way to prioritize their comfort picks once again. You have the Terizla. You have also, what do you call this? Yeah, the Eve being present. So still the same, I guess.
For now.
For now, but they've taken out the Faramis. So with that being said, a lot of ways to show the same thing for Philippines, either the EXP or even the Fredrin back. But yeah, it hasn't been banned.
It hasn't. Yeah, it could be picked up here, right? Would be a good answer if they want to go that route. Still, we also saw them pick up Claude originally, plus that Grok. Not sure if that's still the game plan they want to go, right? But it seems like that we get a little preview here that Fredrin is being shown, but it's not locked in just yet. It would be a great pickup just for the safety, right? Safety purposes in the jungle, but it looks like they are going to lock in Grok and Fredrin this time, not taking that Claude like we saw previously. So still essentially using that Grok in here alongside the Fredrin, safe pick in the jungle, at least for now, right? We don't know if that's going to be flexed because, if anything, we saw Philippines mess around with this.
Yeah, we saw Archangel.
We saw him in the mid.
So we have the Grok going in for the hands of Inigo. So again, Mongolia can still take up their own comfort pick. The Terizla could still be used. We've seen it in the first draft, so it could not be a way of like exchanging the fact that they could give it against Philippines, because in a comfort setting, they're much more comfortable. Might be using the Black Dragon form if you're going up against a Yuzong. So yeah, they're still going to be the same thing. Nice too. It's a Terizla.
Yep, why not? Comfort. Go that route, but they take the Claude. You know,
for
this
themselves.
time, yeah, for themselves. So they don't want to give that up
Good
over the
combo
hands
though
of
with an Eve.
Rakutiano. So already, still comfort for the most part. I mean, comfortability and also safety in a way, right? Alongside the picks here for Mongolia. Still something that the Philippines wants to go ahead and handle is this Terizla setting things up. Like we saw in the previous game, they should still have options open to them too. If they want to lock in their mid now.
Joy could be open though.
Yeah, Joy is still open, right? They could go that route. And same thing, either you lock in that Joy or you lock in the possible mid lane if they want to go. Farce is still up too.
Kadita is still up
Kadita.
too. Great for the Eve as well if you're going.
Yeah.
Farce or Kadita.
Hayabusa.
Hayabusa.
We're both
Oh wait.
Yeah, well, that's what I was saying.
Is this something new?
Well, that's what I was saying. Like, when we got through that first phase of the bans, I was mentioning, you know, we saw, what was it, 4 assassin bans, the previous one?
Directly on the Philippines, yeah.
Yeah, towards the Philippines. But this time they kind of felt like they wanted to take away Uranus, so they ended up just letting the Hayabusa slip through. So, of course, that's going to be locked in, like we saw from the performance from Game 1, right? So, if you're Mongolia, you got to be comfortable enough dealing with this, and this will let them round out their last 2 bans, possibly towards the gold lane here if they want to. This is also where we could possibly see a surprise like gold lane from the Philippines. You know, depending on how the second phase of the bans go.
Gold lane Mincetar?
Maybe.
That might happen because the ban here for the Bane could be a great counter. So if they have a Terizla present here, so for the lineup that they're trying to build, this is more like an AoE, have an evade trying to escape. What with the Diggy being banned, I say they might need a great roam for this one. Either a Kufra or either, well, Franco is still being opened to the table.
There's a Joy ban though, right? In terms of roam options for Mongolia, I would actually even like, I don't know if they would do this, right? But even like what we saw yesterday, where Atlas came out. Atlas with the focusing mark, they rolled around with that. Could work well.
Oh yeah, so no Martis, okay.
No, because if they take the Atlas, so it's not banned out from the Philippines either. Marches and Bane were. But even for that cause, like if it's the Atlas in your roam position, you have great tanky durability. But then if you land a Fatal Links with a focusing mark into this lineup, especially with a Blazing Duet, penalty zone, and their RWM, like that is devastating. If you can get it off. I mean, I'm not sure if they're going to go that route. But that's kind of the preview that we got yesterday when Atlas was picked up.
So with the ban of the Martis, obviously it's not in the previous draft that we saw that Philippines going to go with the Martis. It's going to be Hayabusa. So Mongolia right now, since there's still no Mage Hero yet present, because they still don't know where this Fredrin is going to go. So they might be even forced. So, but no, they're maintaining their respect onto the marksman of Philippines, onto this for Rekatiano.
Imagine it was a mid Fred, and then like a mage gold.
Oh, the exchange.
If they, for some reason, like Philippines wanted to do that. Because, you know, we already saw the mid lane Fredrin from them.
Yeah.
Kadita.
Okay.
Alright.
So no Fardita, but Dita is just open. So with this kind of burst, you infiltrate easily the RWM and where the Claude could be landing.
Yeah.
So I gotta check from here. I'm happy with this.
Okay, well, on the other side, Mongolia will flip in, not flop, flip in the Estes. It's like tossing a coin, right? It's like, what sustain hero do you want? Well, we saw the performance from Angela the previous game. We also saw how strong the Estes can be, but I'm actually interested too because we've seen it picked, at least the Fredrin picked into the Fredrin, or sorry, the Fredrin picked into the Estes because of the strength of Appraiser's Wrath against the heal. So we'll see. Again, and I think this is something, too, that you can say, OSX. We've seen a lot of this Kadita pop up against that lineup, too, the sustainability lineup, right?
Yeah.
So interesting that the Estes came up here for Mongolia.
We were talking about a great tank that could even be in a good lineup with a Claude and a Terizla, but the Grok being stolen by the Philippines just makes total sense, and having, well, trimming down that power spike with their own way of dealing that with their own composition. So a good answer, though, to shred power against a sustaining lineup was this with the carry.
Okay.
I said
But
this is better.
I would say statistically, we haven't seen many good carry games.
In the IESF run, yeah.
Yeah, and here on the tournament, right? Like, we haven't seen too many successful carry games. So this is a test, basically.
Okay. So if the test for the Philippines here and how will they go and amp up the carry is they need to have a good early game for this one, because if Vision is concerned, they have Kadita. So if they can completely utilize its kind of lineup up against Mongolia, where they have more sustain, well, answer it with burst then.
Yeah, I think that's like in terms of bases covered from early to mid to late, it's there. Like you mentioned with Kadita, you already have burst potential early on, because the heals, you know, the heals are going to be there that you have to deal with. So we'll find out here. But ladies and gentlemen, we're now jumping in to the final game for this upper bracket semi-final in the best of three. It's 1-1 across the board for Mongolia and Philippines. And we're jumping in here to game number 3. Let's take a look at the emblems here.
Yeah, it's Canon using the Fredrin now. And the EXP. So looking back on the emblems of how this thing goes, there's a lot of agility here for Mongolia. They want to aid more of the response early game. They want to step on the gas early and quick against Philippines.
And that's, you know, that's the thing. Even with that back going to the draft, you know, with Fredrin kind of being flexed so much, even Grok, technically. Like, we've seen Grok placed in, what, the side lane, the jungle, Rome, we've seen him there. So, you know, there's so much flex here happening as he takes a little poke damage as well. Should be fine, no one going down just yet. But that's the thing, right? And also taking a look at the fact that you have 2 Purifies here from Mongolia, right? Going to be working around that. So the work for the Philippines is going to be cut out for them, especially as they get to these early objectives, trying to really find the positioning they're looking for too. And if anything, Saison has to have a very similar game to he had in game 1. He's got to be able to build a momentum on this Hayabusa pick, right? That's the biggest thing he could do to secure themselves at least a better early game against them compared to the previous game. But I feel like this time too, OSX, we see a lot more heavy spins being utilized offensively.
Oh, look at that. Inigo receiving damage. Will he be the first blood? That's been denied by Archangel now. He's going to be the one to go down first. Mongolia takes the first blood against Philippines.
Great pickup, right? Already leading into that first turtle of the game. This should give them that advantage to go ahead and secure that. But already, you know, Archangel is going to be up, so still could turn into a full force fight. But right now, we've got Saison just planting himself for the orange buff. Could possibly just give this one up. Might be the best case scenario. ZX Aura going to start it up. Unigo's trying to get some vision here available, but they already know it's half health, right? What can we do? He doesn't also have the wild charge, and there's not much that him or Cannon can do. So they just give up that first turtle, which is, again, early death kind of leads into that, right? Like, that's kind of how the cookie crumbles.
You might need to find a way, Jim Carrey, on how
I don't know. We're getting to that point, you know, it's like lunchtime, so.
Yeah, so how will the cookie crumble for Philippines?
That's how
because
things fall in
having
place.
a loss in the well, it's not that of big of a deal in the early game, but they would really want to get in with the trades. You might want to invade camps. You might want to steal that out from Mongolia. It's what they're doing now. It's the vision that they're trying to do. With Unigo being present here, he has more chance to delay the jungle of Mongolia as of this point, because they need more time for Regatiano to have his own way of getting damage up against this Claude Bebex.
Yeah, and this is the scary thing, though, of that early kill, because it went in the hands of Forbid, right? And Forbid, he had an amazing game the previous one, and early kills, oh, hold on. Okay, they get the wild charge out. Unigo is going to be fine, but there's still many members here in the top side.
Wow, they're forcing out resources, ultimates out of Philippines now in a four-man rotation. Well, this is the nature of the SS in their own lineup. Might want to even be aggressive or even passively defensive. But in this case, they might be the one to step or make the first move against Philippines, because now it's an open time for them to just delay all of their momentum.
Man, right now, this is a way more aggressive ZX Sora.
I know, right?
From what we saw in the previous game, right?
With having the Estes, we were talking about how a great tank could be paired up for Mongolia to go up against the Philippines. Well, they answered with purely sustained. So I say now the discipline with Saison and the members of the Philippines are still showing and having a great way of pacing themselves on what will be the right moment to strike.
Well, right now, it's like I said, he's just kind of planning himself here in the Philippines jungle, making it a hard time, right, for the rest of the crew to secure their buffs. Even Saison going to go ahead and start up his purple, but the full force is here.
Wow, heavy spin, pinning down Unigo. Now Archangel receives in with the rough waves. Will the burst be enough? Being trapped in RWM, he can't escape that burst. Now Saison has secured his purple. Now Cannon using Appraiser's Wrath to take down two members out of Mongolia, but it's almost just a peel to the lineup of Mongolia. The threat of the Estes, the regen, is just showing through this early game.
Yeah, you can see how much of a problem it is, you know, and they are going to try to trade some here. It's going to be a turtle going in the hands of Mongolia. Saison might just try to take the purple, but great coverage here from the team members of Mongolia to allow ZX to get that turtle and then, you know, not get his buff stolen, at least for now. So still, Philippines just kind of falling behind, you know, at the 5-minute mark. It's about almost a 2K deficit that they got to work behind, but you see them just kind of scrapping, looking for anything they can. A couple first items already picked up by the majority of the members here, right? Still, we've got Archangel working for that COD, not having that just yet. Corrosion Thighs already locked in for Recutiano, also working on the next items here. Hunter Strike for Saison, but they need a little bit more time for that power spike to happen, you know, and the fact that, too, on the other side, you have items like the Ice Queen Wand already locked in by Forbid. Like I said, he got that early kill. So it's building up, right? And objectively, it's going to be a little bit harder to contest that. A lot of these wild charges, too, are being committed defensively from Unigo. So it's tough to deal with.
Yeah, and if you were a Grok right now, what he's doing is good, trying to gain with the vision for Saison. And most of the times, he's trying to reset. But they need to be careful. There's a heavy spin here present from Team Mongolia, but that is the burst. It's just
not going to find the mark.
Not going to find the mark, but Bebex, on the other hand, destroys a turret. Philippines now trying to look for an exchange. Saison up against Aizen. He forbids him to get that purple out of to get his hands on.
Aizen forbids, right? Alongside Forbid as they still fight for dominance around this purple buff. Saison just trying to grab what he can. He might try to whittle his way back towards this. Archangel, though.
Unigo dropping his HP bars low. Now he's going to be in the target of Sora. Now Cannon tries to hold off, not to be penetrated, but that is a flicker being forced out. Saison secures his purple. Sora too late for the steal. He might be in trouble. Heavy spin has been committed. Now he's going to turn around for a retreat. Void Crystal slowing Cannon down. Now Mongolia having their eyes on that. A flicker in the penalty zone, but Philippines escapes the wrath of the possible burst. But Aizen secures the kill. A follow-up from Archangel takes Sora's down. Now Saison here trying to get in for a kill. Aizen missing out the hammer down, but another turret takedown. Two members out from Philippines and a trade of one. Mongolia seeing openings of the lineup of Philippines going through.
It's just Aizen, man, he's massive, just like he was in the previous game on this Terizla, and this is what people were expecting when they saw it for a glimpse of it anyway throughout this tournament. And it's the same thing. He's 4-0-0 now, 740 into the game. what is the answer, right? Half the time, every time that flicker is available, and sometimes when it's not available, he's still making plays with the penalty zone. So this is a great start once again in Game 3 for Mongolia here as they continue to build that gold lead. Still at about 3K. Next Turtles up here. They might just clean sweep the Turtles, taking 3 for 3. But Philippines, they've got to kind of collect themselves. They've got to be able to find the targets they're looking for. Yeah. Even Archangel hasn't been able to find the combinations, right, with the rough waves or the petrify, finding the targets, because also you just have so much sustain to work through here. Yeah. So Unigo once again trying to get some vision.
They need to pierce through the defense and sustain of Mongolia. Now with the setup, we're seeing turrets being destroyed. Setup for the Turtles now with Mongolia. Now Philippines still waiting for the right moment to strike. Half HP onto this first Lord. Nobody near from Philippines.
Yeah, I think they just give this one up.
Yeah.
They can't even contest it, right? And just the disparity in terms of it's not even so much of a massive gold lead, right? It is now about 3K still, 3.5. But it's more so like, how do we get through this sustainability? Because they don't have the tools they need right now in terms of items, right, to burst through things. Archangel might be able to find one pickoff. Better yet if he can get Ethan down. But it's been relatively difficult for him to do that. So now, with the first Lord already secured here by Mongolia, it's up to the Philippines to defend against this, right? In terms of defense, in terms of high ground defense, they don't have the best clear in the world, right? It's nothing like, for example, if they had a Farsa or something. They would have to utilize a lot of their ultimates to clear things out here. So they've got the work cut out for them as they just try to scramble together here and get ready for this Lord March.
They're so aggressive. Most of the orange and purple showing up, they're just there. Ready to contest, ready to force out. Mongolia here is just really having a good time holding off Philippines and taking out of those resources in their hands. Gotta be careful for Aizen though. Ultimate and Flicker is up for possible setups. Second tier turret going down as well. Cannon trying to hold on, trying to taunt in. RWM being set up on Philippines. That's the rough waves, that's the burst. Evading, but force out an ultimate out from Forbid. No RWM though.
Still clearing, they're
Still
going.
clearing Sora. Cannon evades that heavy spin with the Flicker, half on HP. The bottom as well. Clear coming from Saison. Okay, this is the macro prowess that we're talking about. Is this when the time is Philippines going to strike here? Because looking at all the damage that they have a Clock of Destiny, they have the GS1 now for Archangel. So will this be the burst that you're talking about? Is this enough now for Mongolia?
No, I think they still need more time. You know, we're only at 10.5 minutes into the game, but still it's at that transition. Like I said, where usually the Philippines is the one shining here, that mid to late game transition. But right now, Mongolia, very similar to what we saw in the second game, they are just pressing on the gas and not letting up at all, taking as much as they can from the Philippines as well. And it's really difficult to play around that because, you know, at the same time, yes, Saison might be able to push some of these lanes, but relatively, you don't want to be caught in fighting 5 versus 4, especially with an Estes, right? Ethan is just going to continue to heal up his team. He is the main issue here for Philippines. And right now, even looking at the items, you know, you saw there, they don't have exactly enough burst just yet. Maybe in another 5 minutes, they'll be a little bit closer there. But that's why you see them really just trying to avoid some of these fights, get what kind of gold and XP you can, and hope that you can actually stand toe-to-toe against Mongolia as the game goes on. But it might be even better if Philippines either looks to punish a mistake from Mongolia before the next Lord comes up, or they possibly give it away and try to defend again. But even looking at the damage leaderboard, it's tough, right? Cannon's the top for Philippines, and that's, you know, that's bad news when that's the case.
In the middle of 4 from Mongolia. Will they need to contest this? They have the Maleficor present. Look at that. Throwing out shurikens, trying to poke in members of Mongolia. Domain of the Moon Goddess being showed there. Holding on and slowing down Philippines trying to re-enter this pit.
Okay, right now, buff going to be secured here. Still getting in position. Could be in trouble. Aizen.
Light wheel marks will connect to Aizen. Will the damage be enough? Now, that is Cannon trying to look for something to taunt here on the side of Mongolia. Meanwhile, 5 members present, 5 members ready to get this Lord. It's going to be Sarate, and look at the flicker combo from the penalty zone. Riccardiano in the back lines, receiving the light wheel mark, taking down Aizen. Finally going to kill Bebex with a trade. That's a double for Station, is going well. With the Uchi Shadow kill now, leaving Mongolia open. Now Unigo still dropping down his HP bar, but it's not giving up. Sar secures the kill, but Cannon as well with a trade.
Wow.
And I have you with my back. Riccardiano with a kill. 4 members down. Zora is the one left against the Philippines.
ZXORA and Saison, 1 versus 1.
1 versus 1, and he's not letting it go. The last member, and the Philippines utilized that moment to just keep on pushing.
Man, what a turn of events. But the upside there from Mongolia, they did get the Lord, so the Philippines has to back off, deal with this as fast as possible. They managed to get 4 kills out of it, right? But still, it's relatively, they narrowed down the gold lead a little bit, but that's the moment, right, where they look for the pivotal shift. And that you can see this. The plan here for the Philippines was to get the heal, get the Blessing of the Moon Goddess out from Ethan, and then they turned around. It was a push and pull between both teams. As Saison goes in, gets a couple kills as well. They get the call to keep fighting because they had the position they needed, and they knew Ethan was down. The problem, too, here was ZXORA still quite deadly on the Sakai, right, and ends up eventually killing Saison, too. So, as we saw right here, now it's still the Philippines with their backs against the wall, right? They might have had a little bit of a win there, but Mongolia is still in control of this game, right? The Philippines managed to get a couple turrets, but essentially they're still trying to buy time. You know, I just said this about 3-4 minutes ago when I said in about this time and maybe another minute or two, they're going to be in a, yeah, that's a lot of math I'm throwing out there, a lot of time math, right? But they'll be in a position where they can actually go full force fight, but it's dependent on dealing with the Estes, and you can even see, right, they've got multiple options item-wise to deal with the sustain. Not just through the Dominance Ice anymore, but they also, Saison picked it up, right? He now has one as well to deal with some of that sustain, kind of play around the heal and the timing of it, and hope that you can get it through.
Yeah, that's a good item pickup, though. The Rose Gold Meteor up against Mongolia. You have 2. Burst, hold that thought. Cannon right in the middle of RWM. Archangel with the dive, and the rough waves being targeted onto Forbid. That's the burst coming from the Philippines now. Light Wheel March still connecting. Saison secures the kill. Sara is down. Now Archangel will be in trouble. Forbids him to go back to base. Saison with the pokes pushing back Mongolia. 23 seconds for the Lord with a trade of 1-1.
Okay, it's a 1-for-1 like you mentioned, right? But the jungler went down here. He's going to be up just about the time, a little bit late, that this Lord comes up. If the Philippines decides to just go for this Lord and take it as fast as possible, that's going to be crucial in the shift of this match here. They're looking for a kill on Aizen.
Pin down from the wild charge. Aizen now receives the damage from a team of Philippines. Now Bebex trying to get in with the back lines. Will it be enough for the defense with the BMI? Now Philippines trying to secure this objective. Unigo dropping down HP bars here for the members of for the Philippines. Riccardiano securing the cams as well. Mongolia's eyeing to get this and contest this Lord.
Here comes ZX.
ZX as well.
Aizen holding it down. They're still going to be working on him. He's got a penalty zone defensively out of there. Lord's still going to be worked on. Will reset, though, as both teams try to find their space to work with around this objective. It's a crucial point. 16 minutes in. It's about even in terms of economy now. The Philippines have worked from that gap they had. It's up to Mongolia to find the positioning. Here comes the conceal.
A pin down to 2. Now Riccardiano's running wild with the damage, with the burst and the follow-up from Few. That is Team Philippines getting through the damage of Mongolia. Sustain won't be the answer. Riccardiano on a killing spree. Bebex but taking down Archangel with the trade. 3-1. Philippines completely winning that bait, baiting them out in taking that Lord. And Philippines clapping back slowly. 16 minutes in.
That is tough. And that was a decisive action from the Philippines to go ahead and use the conceal, the wild charge combination. They knew that Mongolia was trying to form up a play there to get to at least the Lord to contest it, and they collapsed down on them. They also got the heals out early. The penalty zone had to be used defensively, so you lose a massive part of your component with this composition that Mongolia has. Taking a look at the replay here, you saw it, right? Also the knock up, the 3 members there right on point, and you just have Riccardiano just unleashing freely, right? And that's a big problem, especially now you're seeing this carry online, and now they got to defend against this Lord push.
Cannon trying to taunt one. Lord with the push, destroying the last turret in mid in Mongolia. This is now the story. This is now the question. Who is going to go down in the lower bracket to go up against Cambodia? Now Philippines is pushing through. The lead is with them. Immortality is being present. Blade armor present in cannon. Ready to deflect damage against Bebex.
Okay, we still can't count out too the fact that Mongolia has the tools they need to initiate a fight if they want to. Biggest thing at this point in the game is you start to have to consider these immortalities popping up and what that does to your strategy in terms of initiating fights or even playing defensively. As we take a look at the damage leaderboard too, it's shifted a little bit, right? Cannon isn't at the top anymore for Philippines. WEC23 is online. He's ready to go. The main point for him too is positioning. If Mongolia can somehow get to WEC23, take care of him, and get him out of the picture, then the Philippines loses a ton of damage available to them, right? They really do want to get this carry down. And on the other hand, you have Bebex. Bebex should have the ability to turn the tide of a lot of these fights, and they're going to be clumped up together.
Sora.
Obviously, the Ube strat, hold on.
That is the taunt from Cannon. They're really checking their bushes now. Look at that, Saison throwing out shurikens. Archangel with the dive, and that is rough waves. That's the magic burst from Philippines. Will the heal be enough? Unico is trying to find the right target, but Sora trying to evade that light wheel mark. Look at that, Riccardiano going wild as well with the damage as well. Aizen popped that ultimate, but now Riccardiano is going wild. Damage pulling through. Saison taken down for a bit. 2 members out of Mongolia. All immortalities being used. 2 members out. 3 members left to defend Mongolia. Philippines pushing through.
So that's the green light. Philippines able to just go ahead and possibly set up for another Lord take here. It's going to be a little bit before Ethan and Forbid are up, but just in time, hopefully, for that fight. Meanwhile, you see pressure being put on the top and the bottom, all lining up. Penalty zone.
Well, trying to evade, trying to sustain. Look at that, the longest Uji shadow kill. And he's still sustaining it. Riccardiano is pushing. The base is only open for the Philippines. It's going to be Riccardiano, and as well as Cannon. Now Philippines knocking in the base of Mongolia, and they've done it again. Surviving the possible reverse sweep. Philippines has punched their ticket in the grand finals for IESF.
Man, oh man. That was a little shot of deja vu, right? But this time it wasn't just Riccardiano doing it. And what a game plan. You plant Saison up there, you get the attention, you have Archangel help him out, the rest of the team shuffles up, you have a play in the bottom lane, and they push through just like that. Again, this is something we talked about OSX with basically our little keys to victory, right, for this matchup. Anytime the team is playing against the Philippines, you always cannot count on the fact, you can't count out the fact that they will possibly just say, you know what, guys, let's just split push. Let's just do it. And that can happen. Again, this is the macro prowess, right? And we have both teams shaking it out here. What we are going to have, though, I will say, and unfortunately, I don't know if it's actually going to be streamed or not or part of it, but Chamon's going to get his matchup. He's going to get the revenge. Well, I should say, I don't know about revenge. I should say the rematch. He's going to get to play
the lower
against
bracket.
Mongolia.
Wow.
Yeah.
Wow. Philippines.
I'm hoping for 5 games later.
Yeah, best of 5 coming in right away in the grand finals. Now we're hyped up for this day. And the first 3 games of the semifinals heading in through the day. Wow, Philippines. That's divide and conquer right there. Completely disrupting the power of Mongolia in the late game. You know how the threat is imminent still, right? And they're respecting the fact that, hey, one more time.
Well, like
Let's
I said,
do it again.
The early game was controlled by Mongolia. They did a great job, you know? Unfortunately, it's just, there was pivotal moments, and I know we'll take a look at the replay for this game in a little bit, but it's what can you say? Mongolia had the right idea. You know, they were doing the right things, but eventually Philippines found ways to get back into the game. And I feel like a lot of that, again, just if you're up against an Estes, like that's part of it. You have to kind of be able to get to the point where you can opt for baiting out those heals, right? Get that ultimate out, Blessing of the Moon Goddess out. And then once we survive that initiation or that sustainability, then we surgically go back in. And that's the key component, because that's exactly what the Philippines did when they started to shift things in their favor. you know, and we'll see it here, right? Early game, like I said, it was great to see ZX Aura finally using offensively, just heavy spinning offensively, you know, finding kills, they get the first blood, and it worked out great. Like I said, early game, they were actually choking out a lot of these early buffs, putting pressure where they had to here in the jungle.
Yeah, having the AoE present for the RWM for all of the times that they were pressuring Philippines. Yeah, we're going to take this orange, we're going to take this purple.
Yep.
But the discipline was still there. Look at that. The flicker penalty zone. It's deadly.
It's like, I don't know if it is his signature, but this man has done it multiple times now.
Yeah, in a row. If you have a penalty zone counter right in this tournament, we could have actually stats for that.
See, look at this. They're down 3K here, right? And this is what I was talking about. Basically the surgical in and out, because they get the heal out, they go back, they get the call to go back. There was a hesitation there for a second, but they get the call to continue on. They knew Ethan was down, so let's grab another kill. You even have a offensive flicker from Recutiano there, right? They turn the tide here, and that's really when, like I said, the cookie. This is the way the cookie crumbles, man. Whatever kind of cookie you want, you know, chocolate chip, peanut butter, oatmeal. This was it.
S'mores.
I don't know about that. I've never had a s'mores cookie, but this is what I'm talking about. The things were turning in favor of the Philippines from this point forward, and they even out the gold lead after working for about 12, 13 minutes at a deficit. And this too, decisive action. Using the Conceal the Wild charge, the setup, the knock-up with that Kadita combination, it works very well.
Yeah. Fardita. Fardita
Well,
or
no Far
Dita?
here.
Oh, no Far. Just,
There's no Far here.
Just the Dita.
Just the Dita.
Yeah, and that's the answer to that sustain that you're asking about. Longer team fights, you need to have someone dive right in the middle of their own backline and burst everything out.
Yeah, and even in moments like this, like to be honest, there was still potential here from Mongolia. And I also feel like at some point that's why the Philippines was just like, all right, diversion, push the base. Because essentially if it did come down to certain team fights and they didn't get the timing right on the heels, Mongolia could have won those fights, you know, even at that point in the game. So it was just a decisive action, basically, or decision from the Philippines to decide to go for that diversion and then push it in the base.
Yeah, and with that, we have our own team waiting for the grand finals. Team Philippines now is here, and we also have more teams to witness in the lower bracket, Cambodia, and as well as, again, they're going to meet with Mongolia.
Yeah,
It sounds the same at the end.
Yeah, I was going to say.
They sound the same.
Well, yeah, it's true. And like I said, I'm not 100% sure if that will be streamed or not. But also, let's go ahead and look at the stats here. And but my thing with this is, as we close out this looking at this game, right? And it was 13-11. Mongolia had the kills they needed. Again, they were dominating in the early game for the most part. But itemization-wise, Philippines picked up. Like I said, they had all the tools they needed to deal with the sustain. It was more so getting the timing right, too.
Yeah, and looking at the items on how Aizen is just doing well with his own Terizla, the Queen's Wings build up here paired with the Dominance Ice, just trying to even have a minus on the damage from even Saison and even Carry, but just by looking on how they progress. You've mentioned about momentum being set up from the mid to late game. This is just purely in the side of Philippines taking back all of the orange. Saison didn't even miss all of the orange buffs that he needs to take. So that's one way of like dealing on how they were losing early game and just how countering it perfectly back in like 15 or like 11 minutes.
Yeah, it was rough to deal with for the early game for the Philippines, but able to kind of collect themselves, like I said, too. Now, even the biggest fact, and we talk about this in the draft every time Kadita does pop up OSX, is, you know, you're kind of like, you have that option to get the rough wave combination with the Petrify off, and if you miss that, then what do you do? You know, like, what do you do for a while? And I feel like, again, Philippines knew that. They were aware of it, and that's why if it came down to those team fights, and let's say even a ZX Aura was able to find a lockdown with a heavy spin and they automatically got, you know, the numbers advantage, the Philippines wouldn't be in favor to fight, you know, for team to team, basically for those objectives in the Lord. So a lot of that was reliant on the composition they had, and that's why, again, you just saw them, you know, go for the push.
Yeah. this is the intensity of a best of one. Like things could like go back and forth, and suddenly you're in it, suddenly you're out of it.
Well, essentially, it was best of 3, but you know.
But in the best of 3 games, that best of 1 moment, and you have that mindset to even be fixed in the times that you have lost. It's one of like amping everything up on the last moment.
Yeah.
So with this, we don't know what might happen in the lower bracket, who's going to climb up back. But it is going to be a tough climb today, don't you think? We started with 3 games, Naisu, and it could be a 5-game follow-up in the grand finals.
Well, that's what I was saying. Like, imagine the endurance run. If it is, again, we don't know what's going to happen between Cambodia and Mongolia, but you know, imagine if it is Mongolia and they end up finding themselves in the grand finals. That's a ton of games that they have to go through, right? So we'll have to see how that pans out, but I do think you could relatively say this was a great series. We're going to take a look also at the brackets here to see how things, again, fall into place. And as we get through it, yep, Philippines sending Mongolia down to Cambodia, as we were just talking about. And whoever wins that matchup will end up facing off against the Philippines later on today in a best of 5. So also that matchup between Mongolia and Cambodia will be a best of 3. Again, I'm just not 100% sure if that is going to be streamed or not right now. I believe,
check.
Yeah, we'll have to get confirmation with that. But right now, we know the grand final, the Philippines is waiting there.
Whew, what a great way to start the day.
It's funny, too, because, like, if you look at that series, the best of 3, it was, you had game 1, it was dominant for the Philippines.
Game 2,
it was dominant for Mongolia.
Game 3, this is how we get
it was a back and forth.
Yeah?
Yeah, you know, for the most part. Like, Mongolia was winning that early game, but then, like, here comes the Philippines. So what a perfect, you know, picture painted for that series. Again, it was just a best of 3. You know, where essentially, like you said, it comes down to the best of 1.
Yeah, and that's the moment where you're like, should I go for comfort? Should I go for counter? Or should I go with their own way of dealing with this kind of stuff? So that was just the semifinals match, and we are more excited to see on how the grand finals will go. But at the end of the day, all of the teams and countries who's with us in the bracket is now representing themselves in Romania.
Yeah.
The road to glory still continues to represent their own country in the IESF.
So that was, we have Philippines, we have Mongolia, we have Cambodia, we have Kazakhstan, and we have Saudi Arabia.
Yes,
Those
complete.
those five teams have basically booked their ticket to Romania, you know. So now what everybody is also fighting for, other than the amazing trophy that we saw earlier, was of course, you know, the prize pool placing. Yeah.
Today.
Waiting.
And that trophy's like, it's amazing to look at. Like, it's just popping up in the
You
draft.
already got pictures with it, right?
I did. I didn't have my picture with it. Like, I need to have a picture together with the trophy when I got the chance. But looking at it, like, it's reminding everybody, like, in the draft, like, okay, camera on the player, camera on this, and you have the trophy in the middle.
Well,
So,
that's a reminder of what they're fighting for.
yeah, today. And in Saudi Arabia, we will know teams who's going to make history and who's going to move forward in IASI in Romania. Amazing.
It is amazing.
I know.
You're amazing.
You're amazing, too.
Thank you. And I would.
This country's amazing.
Well, no, it's funny because, like, we're also just kind of contemplating, like, how the grand finals is going to go. And this is something we even talked about before, you know, between you and I, before we even started day 1, was a lot of the point. Now that we're kind of, like, on this last day here for everything, and we've seen things kind of adjust themselves, like we talked on day 1, how would the meta set up, and how would these other teams that necessarily don't have as much, you don't have as much information on, you know, how would they perform? And I think this is a big surprise too. Again, Mongolia looks great. You know, yes, they didn't win the series, but there is a reason, again, why a lot of people were saying, this is the dark horse. You know, this is the dark horse of the tournament. And I think, you know, you can say that, yeah, I rather agree about that, because they were, you know, even if you look at game 2, amazing performance.
Yeah.
Game 3, you're talking about comfort. They kind of went to where their comfort picks there. Game 3, early game was still in their, you know, in their control. And this is against a team like the Philippines, you know, so who knows, again, how they take this whole series, and when they, you know, later on go play Cambodia, how that plays out for them. Because overall, just the course of this tournament for the 4 days has been amazing to see some of these countries really just rise, in terms of visibility, I would say, for the most part.
Yeah, we've actually discovered more of the countries being present in this Middle Eastern areas. And one of the things that we saw is there's a lot of potential from the players. Even most of them are going back to the interview. The majority of the players are students, actually.
Yeah, they're still studying.
And they have this chance to actually have this kind of opportunity to move forward with life with esports. And this is just a dream.
Man, that would have been my dream like 10 years ago.
Same,
if
same.
I was if my younger self.
Yeah, if was esports existing earlier,
Yeah.
that could have been our dream as well.
Well, we're still here.
Yeah.
We're still part of the esport ecosystem.
Yeah.
And I know before that series, that's what we were talking about. There's a ton of opportunities available within esports, and it's nice to see, some of these players in that interview. What exactly is esports to them? Because as a professional player, it changes your life, right? And
Completely.
I think it's also important to hear some of these players talk about how they're still prioritizing school. We even are familiar with players, even back in Philippines region where they're graduating, they're still
Recently,
playing.
yeah.
They're still playing in the professional league and everything. So I think that's really important as someone who also was an educator myself. The fact that you have esports and you can tie in esports and education, I think it's great. So and then opportunities like this come around. Is also amazing for a lot of these young athletes out there. So, with platforms like this, I can't wait to see how things unfold. But, with that,
I'm excited.
We're wrapped up for this series. We are going to throw it over to the stage to hear for this interview with the winning team, Philippines.
حياكم الله جميعا ورجعنا لكم مرة أخرى بعد ما شفنا المباراة اللي قبل شوي كانت مباراة حماسية ومصيرية وشفنا انتصار منتخب فلبين قدروا انهم يفوزون بهذه المباراة بنتيجة 2-1 ضد منتخب منغوليا. عشان كذا معانا أحد اللاعبين حابين نسأله كيف شعورهم بعد ما فازوا في هذه المباراة.
يعطيك العافية وجيه. You're absolutely right. We've seen such a hype match. For a second there's oh, what happened? No. What's going to take place in the third match or third game? But right now we are here with Unigo from the Philippines. Congratulations for winning. So first of all, how do you feel about it?
I think it's a rough fight, but we pulled through. So yeah, I feel good.
Feels good, pull through. ولا ايش رايك في الكلام؟
سووا اللي عليهم فعلا قدروا يفوزون بهذه المباراة. ولكن أخوي براء وأعزائي المشاهدين عندنا سؤال بخصوص منتخب فلبين من بداية البطولة من اليوم الأول ما خسروا في أي جولة.
صح.
فحابين نسأل وش سبب الخسارة هذه؟
Well, as the entire world saw what happened here today. First game, all cool. Second game, you lost that game. And it's what? That's the first game they lost in this championship. But then you had a comeback and you won the entire match. So what happened in the second game and what did you do to win the third game?
So what happened in the second game was we're shocked at the meta of Mongolia. So we adjusted our draft in the third game. And I think we've done good. So, yeah.
You did amazing. You won, that's for sure. It's the draft, man. It's all about the draft,
بس ما ننسى ترى منتخب فلبين الحين راحوا للنهائيات الكبيرة ولكن خصمهم نزلوا للور براكت فأكيد في فرصة سواء منتخب منغوليا انهم يقابلون منتخب فلبين في نهائيات او لا فما راح نعرف ايش التوقعات اللي بتكون فأتمنى لهم كامل التوفيق. تأهلوا الآن للنهائيات الكبيرة فصراحة لازم ناخذ بريك بسيط وبعدها نشوف ايش بيكون في النهائيات الكبيرة.
Well, that's it. You are going to the finals. Anything you want to say back home?
Yes, maraming salamat sa mga sumuporta sa amin, sa mga nanonood dyan. Tsaka sa mga punta dito sa venue, maraming salamat. At sa Mongolia rin, maraming salamat kasi nakapakita tayo ng magandang laban. Yan.
All right, well, salamat to Paul. That's definitely it. Finals, here we go. And now we're going to take a little break and we'll be back right here with the Gamers 8 IESF Asian Championship. See you after the break.
حياكم الله جميعا أعزائنا الحضور ومشاهدينا الكرام في كل مكان. الآن مباراة واحدة تفصلنا عن النهائي الكبير، وبتكون معنا مباراة مصيرية بين منتخبين في نصف نهائي اللور براكت.
يعطيك العافية وجيه. You are absolutely right. It's happening, ladies and gentlemen. We are at the lower bracket. Whoever wins will face the Philippines in the finals. والموضوع عندك الحين يا وجيه، يلا.
أكيد مثل ما قال أخوي براء، الفايز بينهم بيقابل الفلبين بالنهائيات الكبيرة. أما الآن أعزائي المشاهدين رحبوا معنا بمنتخب منغوليا.
Yes, ladies and gentlemen, let's hear right now for Mongolia. And now let's see it for the second team competing right here for the lower brackets in the hopes for them that maybe they'll go to the finals against the Philippines. So let's hear it for Cambodia.
تحية قوية لمنتخب كمبوديا. مباراة مصيرية تجمع عمالقة، منتخب منغوليا ضد منتخب كمبوديا، والفايز بينهم مثل ما ذكرنا بيقابل الفلبين بالنهائيات. أتمنى لهم كامل التوفيق. أما الآن أعزائي المشاهدين خلونا نتوجه لأخواني المعلقين عشان نبتدي فيها المباراة.
You are absolutely right. Two legendary teams. Let's see who's going to make it to the finals and who's going to take the second and third place. And now, passing it on to our amazing casters. Fire it up.
Thank you so much, Wajay and Barra. Now we're back in the caster's desk. This is World IESF World Champions.
Asian Championships. There you go.
I was about to lose that.
Yeah, that's okay.
I was about to lose that. I had a great cake
earlier. I was going to say, you're still on the cake we had.
It's amazing, and we're back in our desk. I'm OSX. I'm with Naisu, and now we're going to witness the lower bracket match of Cambodia and Mongolia. So, again, we had a quick breather, have a bit of a coffee, have a bit of a snacks.
Yep.
Also, the players who has been waiting to fight and climb their way back up in the grand finals.
This is a treat, right? Because again, before we took the break, we weren't sure exactly if this was going to be a part of the live stream. Happy it is, and we're happy to join you guys for that. And also, we talked about this earlier, OSX. And I think we heard this back in, I think it was day 2, where we heard exactly the wishes of Cambodia wanting that rematch against Mongolia.
The Honor Revenge Tour.
Yeah, Chama mentioned it, right, during his interview, and now it's happening here for the chance to go on forward and fight against the Philippines in the grand final. And that's the thing, too. If it happens to be Mongolia, man, the endurance that they need mentally, right? The mental endurance they need to go. They just went 3 games with the Philippines, and if they end up going 3 games here, and who knows if they end up going 5 games in the grand final. That'd be great, right? But hopefully they are mentally prepared for this because it should be a great matchup. Again, 2 teams who are very similar in play style, you know, the way they like to come out swinging aggressively, and at the same time, some unique picks as well, you know, in terms of their strategy.
Yeah. And speaking of which, we've seen how Team Mongolia get a point out of the Philippines, who's with a great way of taking over one of the undefeated teams. Mongolia and the Philippines had a point today and from yesterday. Now let's check out the roster for this match as we're going with this lower bracket finals. So we're about to see if there is more of an adjustment period, or there is a new way of like addressing the problems that they went through in their losses. So we have Mongolia here. We have Cesara, Bebex, Ethan, Forbid, and Ace. Nothing has changed. coming from the semifinals, still the same thing. We have seen them right at the back, taking a breather, taking a coffee. So I think the reset has been made by Mongolia.
Yeah, they alongside us, got the replenishment they needed, and they're based on their last series, they should be feeling good about this matchup against Cambodia because they, for parts of the series, whether it was game 2 or beginning of game 3, they gave it to the Philippines, and we heard just how hard it actually was, to adjust to that. And during the interview, the respect there for that play style, the meta that Mongolia presents. And that's why I'm saying it's also interesting the fact that, they handle the draft themselves, right? And they kind of go through that motion and everything, and it all comes together, for them and their play style, and really complements. I just feel like that whole vibe for them, right? So now across from them, we're going to have to look at the roster for Cambodia once again to get ourselves familiar here. We've got Fury, D7, CCAT, Seli Chma, or rather known as Chma also.
The guy in the red jacket.
Not sure if he has it today, but
he's
also
not wearing it.
ATM, right? So these guys also are a force to reckon with, and a lot of people know them. A lot of people are familiar with this squad, and even in their match yesterday that we watched, they were getting to a point against the Philippines where CCAT was loving that Novaria. He was getting online, but then in a similar fashion to what we saw earlier, it was ended in a split push from the Philippines, and that is something that you always, like I said, you have to be aware of if you're facing off against the Philippines.
Well, going back on this lower bracket finals, I just gotta say that these two teams here has been split pushed by Philippines.
Yes, they've felt the split push mentality, basically.
Two of them now in the lower bracket are about to climb their way back up. So you've mentioned about CCAT could actually get his hands on the Novaria. So there are similarities from these two teams can actually go for with the draft. It's always about the draft, but the execution will matter. Because throughout the days of IESF, we were trying to decipher the part that, hey, how do you defeat or how do you beat out that assassin, that hero?
The sustain,
that assassin sustain.
Yeah, there's a lot of questions.
Yeah, a lot of questions, a lot of possibilities, but the Farsa, the Kadit, the Novaria is just staying up continuous answer with the new emblem system is being put on the table. So with this come to show, this is one of the match that we're expecting, like, this is going to be the best of the best that they will have to do in order to climb back up.
That's why I'm always excited about, the final stretch of tournaments, and especially here, now that we're on the final day, day 4, and how that kind of unfolded, because we had big questions about the meta. How was it developing and everything like that? And one composition, or at least one strategy in terms of team play that popped up was, again, the whole sustain meta, right? Whether that's Estes, whether that's Angela, whether it was Florent. Like, those are the options we've seen so far. And I would say that relatively well, Mongolia found out how to deal with the Angela. That was one main thing. And they did a great job against that, shutting it down from Unigo for the Philippines. But also, it still has to be said, was what we saw against the Estes also, a great option, because you're kind of, anytime the Estes is locked in, you're forced into that Ube strat that a lot of people know, the ultimate bonding experience.
Correct. You have the early game, you have the mid game to crawl through, you have all the possibilities to rotate around the map. If you have an Estes, you have an Eve, you have a Claude. Just imagine the pairing of the layers of these kinds of heroes having the correct skill set to even squeeze out resource from the other team. And that's what happened in the Philippines in game number 2. So it was a mirror. And as we go back on how are they going to address the problems that they went through in game number 1 and 2, falling down basically from the semifinals, this one way of saying that you've mentioned earlier that this might be a way to release those cheese picks, those cheese strats that they need to address with.
Oh man, this is the time to do it, and you're in the lower bracket, you're down to your last life of the tournament. Like, if you got something up your sleeve, you might as well bring it here to this series, And if that means, again, maybe it was a mistake earlier or not, but when we saw the Hellcurt, that was exciting, right? So I
thought so.
Yeah, I'm hoping that we get to see something like that pop up. Again, the way that these two teams like to play, I'm not really sure if they opt for that sustained lineup or they want to go that route, or even the split push. Like, I feel like when it comes to this, they just want to go head to head and just see who comes out, victorious basically in those skirmishes, those fights and everything else. And as we jump into the draft here for game number 1, I guess, that's something that you have to expect already too, with these respect bands coming out. Again, these teams are familiar, right, with each other up to this point. They've seen the matches for the most part, and they want to establish a good early game for the majority of them, at least their play style, regardless of team composition. Early game is so important, you know what I mean? And it sounds, if you actually said it on paper, it sounds super simple. Like, okay,
Yeah.
don't die, get the turtle. Like, that's kind of like, in essence, it's like, don't die, control your lanes, get the turtle. You
That's
know?
the major thing they need to do.
Yeah, that's like one thing that you can do, but there's so, of course, like when you get to the more intricate details, like there's more to it than that. But as long as you're able to secure yourself the early game for the most part and stay relatively even across the board economy-wise, your transition to mid to late game is where you're supposed to shine, and that's what these lineups are all about, you know? So as we get through these bans, you'll start to see it. What does Mongolia want to prioritize? And if that ends up being the Novaria, because they know that Cambodia likes to play it too if it's not banned out, then that's relatively a good option for your first pick.
You're talking about smooth re-entry if all else fails in the early game. Now, if the draft will be a big of a factor for Cambodia and Mongolia, they're trimming out all the possible comfort picks that they can have. The Joy, the Ling, you have the Faramis, you have the possible flexibility in the roam here that you can play around with the draft, the Diggy as well. It's good that we haven't seen Diggy that much. The last time we've seen a Diggy was from Team Nepal. And now, it's one thing that trimming down the possibilities that they can actually utilize the tank heroes that they can go up against Mongolia. So with this, they would trim also down even the heroes of, well, like a mage here that we're talking about, the sustain, the anti-sustain heroes, the burst poke type of heroes. Like you have the Farsa, you have the Kadita, a lot of options. But the Uranus now is a better way in taking out that EXP lane, or even that problem in zoning out members in terms of getting in team fights.
Okay, so let's think about it this way. The Uranus is off the table here. You are still putting pretty much the possibility. Yeah, you're still pretty much putting the possibility that you've got to deal with Novaria being taken. I'm not sure if one of the teams too want to opt for Angela first pick. I don't think we're going to kind of expect that, especially... It's weird because like we saw that and we questioned it. It performed really well like the first time, and then or the first or second time, and then we saw it again and it was like, okay, it flopped.
It might be only from the Philippines.
Respect.
Yeah, that's the respect. It's Rizla.
Then there's Novaria.
Right? Well, maybe that's the trade that they're willing to do against Mongolia. But the good side though, they've taken the Eve with them as well as the Frederian. So releasing a bit of a way like. You don't get the Novaria, but in terms of the AoE and the pokes, being paired out with Novaria is much more deadly than having it with you on the same side if you're Cambodia. I say they're equalizing the fact that you can't just have those two heroes right in your draft, which is what happened in their own game from the semifinals.
Yeah, and with this already, you know, falling into place, I like that there is basically safety in essence for Cambodia. These are probably some of the safest choices you have in terms of heroes. You can also still, you're just expecting, right, Chamath to go ahead and handle this Fredrin, also matching it up with the Akai, which we've seen ZXR play, and they're actually opting for this. You know, that like we just saw recently, they're going with the Estes. So now that they have the Estes hero locked in, you kind of know the game plan already, very similar to what we had to see before. And this time around though too, because they have Novaria, they get the vision available to them. They have great poke potential. So not only do you have great vision, poke, and sustainability, but like Cambodia has to be able to answer that. And that's why I'm saying we actually saw this with Philippines. But the main point there, aside from itemization, was actually the timing, like your initiations. And you mentioned this earlier, OSX. The timing of going in and being able to retreat and going to re-engage, especially when the Estes abilities are down, whether that's his Blessing of the Moon Goddess, the regular heals, you know, and everything else. Like as long as you can get that out of the picture, you should have a winning chance, right? So I like that they lock in the R-Lot here, because a lot of this so far, the tools for these first three picks allow you to do that. your final slash can either be used as an initiator, a displacement tool, a peel option. Like there's so many ways to use Arlon's final slash. And again, in this specific situation, you know the majority of the members from Mongolia are going to be together, right? Like that's the whole point of having an
The
SS.
ultimate bonding experience that the SS can actually make in the back line. What better way to disrupt those team fights? With the final slash, you have the vengeance with you. So at this point in time, the Cambodia is seeing more of those possibilities just in case that early game would be in the side of Mongolia. So what better way to answer that for their protection with the Eve is, yes, you take out the Yuzong, and as well as if you're Mongolia, they still don't have a marksman yet. This might be the great time to even force them out to use the Beatrix with this kind of lineup, and as well as we don't know yet what could be the possible mage.
Gold
lane.
Yeah, gold lane.
Answer here, because most of their games from IESF was with Beatrix.
Yeah.
So either they force it out or they steal it back in.
Well, either you take, like, you can go that route. Again, we've still seen some of the funner, I don't want to say funner, some hardcore marksman players might take offense to that, but it's fun to watch experimentation in the gold lane. You know what I mean? Like, even before we got to day one, or when we were at day one, we were saying like, oh, Esmeralda gold lane, or, you know, Jaw had gold lane, stuff like that. And now, naturally, with a lot of the marksman picks, it's still kind of hit or miss, because so many of these games end early, relatively, you know, even sometimes on the first Lord push, that you don't really get to see the marksman shine the way that they do. Now, Beatrix being banned out here, still even Claude is available. Not sure if they want to ban that out, because that's typically what we see in, like, almost in an effort where it's like, all right, we don't want to go and fight this, so let's just send our marksman to go push to the lane and split, right? That's what we've at least seen from Philippines. So in terms of this, if you do lock your gold lanes as marksman, Brody would be a great option. Claude is now banned out, like I mentioned, right? Still, probably some of the common ones we see is Beatrix and Claude.
Yeah, good respect, though.
Yeah, this leaves open. Do you want to take the Brody?
That is a good answer as well. Because of the Brody being present in Cambodia would make total sense to pair it up with the AoE of the RWM. And with the respect ban of Mongolia, the Franco on D7, you know how he performed, right?
Yeah.
And you were mentioning that, how would you even counter a vision of an Estes and counter even the astral echo of a Novaria? And with the Franco present in D7, they might as well take that out of the picture. They take out also the Claude, which is a great bit for an Eve, and as well as the Beatrix. So, no, Melissa,
It's
finally.
Weird. This is weird because I was just thinking about Melissa too. Like, I didn't mention her because she just, like, she hasn't been picked at all. You know what I mean? Like, at least on the live stream matches.
Yeah, throughout the streams, you're right, but
and she said there was a time she was so good, like she was scary.
Yeah, the gold lane meta for a Melissa.
Yeah, she was just always picked, and then you like force the enemy team to pretty much pick up Farsa, right? So like, but in terms of for Mongolia, that is the Brody showing up, another option, right? That kind of was left on the table since the other marksmen that are typically picked are banned out. And then of course you're gonna see Aizen once again on his hands with the Benedetta, which didn't perform so well yesterday. You know, he didn't get to actually do
a great Benedetta game.
A great Benedetta game. So this is almost like a, let me have my redemption after his amazing Turisla gameplay. You know what I mean? So we'll see if he's able to pull it off here, because this composition is rather, it's rather good. It just needs time to kind of scale up here.
Yeah, scaling is a bit of a factor here for Mongolia. Because
definitely.
You can see how this is an ultimate bonding experience with an SS and you have a Benedetta on your side. But Cambodia here has a good way of answering those setups that they can do in the back line. It's always about the back line here. They have the Lolita, they have the Numenon Blast to take or catch the SS from behind, and as well as the Brody. So they have a hit or miss chance, and as well as you have the Numenon Energy Core passive to even defend your Melissa. So you have two shields with you as you go with your early game. Because as you said, scaling is concerned, but what if Cambodia is on the gas and hey, we'll take this point in time and maybe seal a deal later on.
Seal the deal.
Yeah.
You know, that might be what they're looking for, but ultimately what it is just getting through that initial early game. Because like I said, scaling-wise, you're going to need a little bit more time for what Mongolia has. But at some point in the game, that Novaria is really going to hurt. It's going to be tough to deal with the vision that they have. Cambodia also having the right tools. I like the fact that they have a lot of utility. Like, just overall, across the board, there's a ton of utility here.
Yeah. Speaking of utility, early game might be on the side of Mongolia in their rotation, but looking at how the emblems might change, they're leaning towards more on the tenacity on the side of Cambodia and more of the Brave Smites as well, as you can see. We have Concussive Blast for the Lolita, was a basic way of combining all of those sustains, and you have that way of utilizing your hammer, your Numenon Blast, your Numenon Energy Core right in the bat. So we're seeing more pokes, and as well as the Brave Smites being present for ADM and Shima. So with this being present, they can even sustain more of the team fight that they can get against Mongolia, knowing that there is the threat of a healing from an Estes.
Yeah, not only that, but the scary thing in dealing with this Arlot here, running the Brave Smite, the tenacity and the vitality, is just the fact that, you know, you have this chance where it is difficult in the 1v1 situations to deal with them healing back up. And meanwhile, in the river, no one going down just yet. Aizen might be looking for something here, though, but he's got to be careful. Doesn't want to overcommit just yet. Still, Chama on the hunt as well. And he goes back still. Oh, wow. They get a flicker out, but Forbid gets the kill from down under.
Clash just by the Lethal Wanderer. Talk about time here for Mongolia and upping up the pace of Forbid in the usage of a Novaria. Wow.
See, that's the scary thing, right? I didn't even talk about the emblems for Novaria, but running the Rupture here, having some of this early penetration too, you know, and then even though item-wise doesn't have much in this early game, but as you scale up, you have the weapon mastery too, and you can kind of just, oh, that's what I'm talking about. It's
wow,
scary,
look at that,
man.
Seacat. Almost a slither of life left in his HP bar.
You gotta watch. Like, you have to watch out for that constantly, and that's one of the tough things about playing against, you know, this Novaria here. ATM should be fine.
And even for Vid, as you notice, he used that Astral recall towards the turret because he might actually is checking on who might be in that gold lane bush. But meanwhile, the turtle now is being in trouble.
Yeah, they're going to force him back here. ATM trying to get some vision available. Aizen going to go through. There's the RWM. Turtle going to be secured by Chamado. ATM flickers in. Heal and the sustain is too much. They're just going to back off. You're happy with the objective.
Yeah, a minimal gold lead for Cambodia and maintaining the pace. Meanwhile, ATM and Aizen, the XP lane matchup just heating on. It's continued to boil sooner than later.
That, like, you don't hold on. Final Slash going to come through.
Aizen.
Yeah, okay, he's
it
fine.
just keeps on happening down under.
It's funny because, like, you're so used to the XP lane just being like, man.
We call it the
like,
chill lane.
Yeah, it's here. We're here.
Yeah.
You know? But
Uranus, Esmeralda, but now it's like swords and, swords and spears.
And, like, for a while it was really cool because you saw a lot of Lapu Lapu and Yuzong, you know, in the XP lane. But, like, now, especially with the emblem changes, you have still some variety there. And it's nice to see Benedetta versus an Arlot. And it's really flashy, right? And, again, we were talking about Aizen specifically yesterday and how he kind of has a little bit of that flashy play style, so this kind of highlights that around it. It's just still kind of a redemption on the Benedetta here from yesterday's performance. So they're going to go ahead and poke down a ZX Aura, but won't be able to commit too much just yet. Turtle still a bit of ways as well, so both the teams, like, this is what I'm talking about. It's literally an anime battle, right? Just ADM. Back and forth, ATM and Aizen, and, you know, we'll have to wait for later.
Okay, so a bit of a steady approach here for these two teams. 100 gold lead from Mongolia against Cambodia here. 25 seconds for the turtle to show up. We're looking at an even lead here, while they're just committing pokes and just keep it's a peel and it's a poke, or either you check vision.
Checking vision is the best thing you can do for both of these teams as they set up for this next turtle of the game. Cambodia, as I said, having that first one already with a little bit of room to play around with, but so far Mongolia doing really well, keeping things relatively even. Aizen going to push them back a little bit, takes quite a bit of damage, going to get knocked up. There's the heal come through. Already been a massive final slash, but no follow-up just yet. ATM on the hunt, can't get it because it's too much sustain. Heavy spin to follow, ATM will fall. Appraiser's Wrath going to miss there. Look at the heal from Ethan. It's way too much for Cambodia to heal through or deal through. And now that's just going to be Turtle in the hands of Mongolia.
That was a good final slash from ATM, but that cost him his life to even buy time for his teammates to not be in a deadly position against Mongolia. You've seen how they keep on doing the regen from this Estes, and once ATM misses the way of like bursting them down quickly, it might be a danger if they keep answering those kinds of team fights that Team Mongolia has been setting up, because you've mentioned that scaling is a great factor in these lineups, and if they miss the chance, they might need that extra more time to even go forth and have a damage to even disrupt the healing from Mongolia. Same thing.
You saw it. Like that was, that was the paint of the picture there for you, if you will. Because Estes, if for Ethan, even with that kind of setup that was there, it was found. Eisen even doing his best to kind of be that distraction, get that petrify off. But the fact that the healing was so much to deal with, you kind of saw that. It was a great final slash from ATM.
It was 3.
And he tried to follow up on it too. But again, by the time he got to where he wanted to be, the healing was already done. It was already through. So that's something that's really tough to deal with. Again, if you're here trying to solve the puzzle of Estes and that heal throughput.
Yeah, if he keeps on doing that perfect final slash entry at most of those games, they have a way of like punishing through that forced usage of the domain of the blessing of the domain goddess. Because if you keep on pressuring Ethan to use those regions right away, that's a window or just a small hole that you can even go with to just take down the defenses of Mongolia right away. And coming back from this pause, our camera is back in from the EXP lane. ADM and IESF just keep on doing with the pokes.
Yeah, and we can still deal with this the best way they can. Well, the best way that they can deal with this is just maintaining that early game into the mid game, not letting things kind of scale too much out of control here. And so far, so good, right? Nothing in a huge goal disparity. Eisen, though, okay, could be in trouble here. ATM going to go under the turret. Might bit off a little more than he can shoot. Will take a couple turret shots as well. Backs off. Meanwhile, on the top side, we have Forbid. Ethan finally going to fall down here. This might be the perfect position for Cambodia. Pressing the situation. RWM going to come out. Jamal goes in. There's the heavy spin. Going to be used offensively. Finds D7. Still going to be looking for more. Takes quite a bit of damage. Will get taken out. D7 falls, and then ZXora. It's a trade across the board.
Now the answer is showing for the side of Cambodia. They take down Ethan first, and then slowly they find the next member to even slow down in team fights. They took away Sora, but that is the thing that they needed to do in taking that objective. But they had a push up top, and that is a trade. No, not even a trade winning by Mongolia. It's just Cambodia trying to look for these avenues to just keep on going.
Yeah, relatively, though, still even, right? And that's the key here for both of these teams as they get through the early game, they get to the mid-game, even itemization-wise, right? Picking up some of their key first items here, too. The fact that CCAT has his Ice Queen wand will really help with the RWM setups that he's looking for. And then the response, too. Again, you're still looking for that first Dominance Ice to be, actually, it is locked in here from ATM. It was rushed by him. So he kind of is the one to put the pressure on, right? Be the one front line, get the final slash off, try to get that Dominance Ice activated and really help the team here. Meanwhile, Turtle here is going to be worked on, third one of the game, still getting in position, Forbid, half health here. ATM doing his best, going to have to flicker out. Turtle actually isn't committed to. Bebex goes down though, now ATM taking the brunt of damage. There's the heavy spin, we'll find the lockdown. He falls here, they're down a member. Cambodia still trying to be looking for more. Melissa going to be popping off here. Fury going for it. Going to be able to grab another. ZX falls as they turn the tides once again. Cambodia will now be able to take the turtle.
Aizen and Forbid left. That initiation from the RWM, from the Eve, gave so much way for a bit of a force for Mongolia to force every ultimate out to regen and even sustain the final slash and the vengeance that gave so much way to ADM for Shima to even have a diversion play against Mongolia's team fight was one way of just pushing through that and just getting the objective for them side. It's 2 turtles.
ATM, just he doesn't want Eisen to do anything, right? He's just going to keep pushing him back. Eisen will get healed up just fine, though, alongside Ethan. And right now, Cambodia, though, they're really just kind of putting pressure where they can. They've already got some space to work around with as they got 2 turrets. Also with Fury. Fury's in a great position right now, right? I mean, this is something why I'm saying, like, I was surprised Melissa hasn't popped up more because it's pretty devastating. And in the right conditions, you know, you really get to shine, especially popping that Inspire, having all that attack speed, even being able to whittle down some of the tankier members of Mongolia here. It's going to be tough to deal with. There's the final slash still. This is in its own right like their own eternal battle in the XP lane, right? You might see them trying to make a play up there. Not sure if they want to commit on ATM or not, but you got 4 members of Mongolia on the top side.
Yeah, and building through how Fury...
Oh, there it is, right? You can't escape that one, ATM.
That was just
We saw it coming.
Yeah, we saw it coming. There was a vision. There was the astral recall. Meanwhile, down bottom, D7 and Shima as well is taking and trying to pull Zora right in their own wrath, but that is location revealed by Forbid. Will Cambodia push back or
still
move forward?
Putting the pressure around the map, able to grab another turret. This is a 3rd one now for Cambodia. They are setting themselves up, right, for that first Lord of the game. Might be able to look for a macro play as well while they decide to go ahead and focus on that. Meanwhile, both teams still holding on to the mid-tier 1s. That is crucial for both of them as they lead into this first Lord. Big thing, though, is still relatively well here, OSX, is that both teams have kept the gold under control. You know, you don't typically see it this relatively close. I mean, it's about 1,000, 1.5K lead for Cambodia, but, you know, Mongolia has been doing a great job so far. Now that this first Lord is up, they are going to want to get in position, get buffs on their junglers that they want, and any resets they need before they get in position for the Lord.
Yeah, 2 Purifies in the side of Mongolia here could be very, very effective if some initiation might come from Seeker or even for Shimao. That taunt or even the final slash can help them evade or escape the fact that they might be in a defensive. Look at that, D7
going to find the stun, forcing out the heavy spin from Zora. ATM going to try to keep the map A, will get locked down though. Final slash going to come through, still looking for the follow-up. The RWM going to come out as well. They get the heals out, still going to be looking for the kill that they can find one. He bobs, he weaves inside. It's an anime battle in the river. Ethan will fall and still going to be working for it. Lord not even focused on. They have the numbers advantage, but the heal is not there for Mongolia. And right now they settle back into it. Cambodia, though, they still hesitating here.
Bobbin and weaving, push and pull, ADM, just by zoning up all the members of Mongolia, putting them on a state that they might be trapped in that small corner that Cambodia wants. Did you see how how 4 members waited in that area and just to wait for even for the domain of the moon goddess to even just burn down? Was their moment of like, hey, pull them back in and pull them back out? And that is the micro play they were talking about Cambodia. This is how this is what their strength is in these kinds of team fights, and they are trying to look for a weakness point for Mongolia's lineup.
Well, there's the final slash once again. Going to be working on Zora, but the heals are there from Ethan. Knock up from the Lord. Zora could be in trouble. 1 hit away. Able to get escape. Lord still going to be worked on too. Bebex will fall. Another one, Aizen. Lord already secured by Zora. They call the retreat here. Still, no one falling from Cambodia. The chase is on for Aizen, but he's able to get away. Now I set on the tier 1. They've got no minions though. Mongolia takes the Lord.
Taking on also with a push. Still, they have complete control with their waves, but on the side of Cambodia, they have more defense in terms of turrets and as well as minions holding their own waves. So they might eye on this Lord and have this way with a push, but also we have 80 on the far side of the map though.
Okay, this is going to be crucial here. They don't have ATM available. They're going to get slowed down quite a bit here. They got to work around it. Aizen going to take quite a bit of damage. Will be held up just fine. Appraiser's Wrath going to find the targets. And Fury is just unleashing. He finds a double, making a triple. 6-0-4. His Melissa is massive.
Wow. And Mongolia thought that without or with or without the Arlet, Cambodia may actually sustain that, but no, they have 4 members completely depleting the life out of Ethan, Zora, and Aizen. But just by looking at the leaderboard, just 1 member in Mongolia has the chance to even pierce through and poke the members of Cambodia here. So with that kind of way of like utilizing the setups, they need more defense now with the regen that they have.
Quite a bit of damage, you know, for the leaderboard here for Cambodia. And it's up to Mongolia to kind of work through that, right? Right now, they do have great sustain. D7 going to charge up, Noon Blast. We'll find Bebex. No follow-up on that. It's better that they don't. Cambodia recollects here, not finding what they wanted to. Aizen trying to get some more information, but right now nothing. ATM also just playing the patient game. Might be looking for an initiation. Gonna be able to find a 3-person final slash as they continue to go. Ethan will fall. Forbid also on the run. ATM will get the stun. He finds Forbid. He falls. D7 now running back while Fury and CCAT and ATM make their eyes set. Another final slash gonna come through. ZXora will survive though. Still the tier 1 turret stands.
Look at the checkboxes now. Completely putting Ethan out of the team fights, taking Forbid out of maximizing those hitboxes in the side of Cambodia was a massive way of winning that team fight. Surviving the onslaught, surviving one of the region that Ethan has, is one of like saying that they have the damage now. In the scaling capability, Cambodia now has more weapons or even items to even fight back and push this time around.
Again, the crazy thing here, OSX, is that the gold lead isn't crazy. You know, like that's what we're used to seeing. At this point, 14 minutes, we see such like a disparity in terms of gold, right? So right now, even given everything that's happened in the last couple minutes, Mongolia's done a relatively good job at keeping the economy from going crazy, you know? So they're still relatively in a position to actually contest this Lord here.
Contest is a great way of using their own tools here. They have more ways of putting out one member in Cambodia, but if they get more focus in just one center, could be a punish right in the back of their own lineup. Now they're pulling Mongolia in the space on where the Lord is headed. On there, so we have Queen's Wings, presence for ATM.
Oh, D7. D7 also going to use Conceal. You know, RWM already fell down too. Eisen trying to buy some time as well, already committing the electro final blow. D7 going to charge up. Numenal Blast will not find the target. Lord's still going to be worked on, trying to get rid of ZXora here. It's taken by CCAT. And now ATM in the back lines, chasing down Eisen. Will find him. He's on a killing spree as he still focuses on Ethan. Ethan's got nowhere to run. He falls as well. 3 down for Mongolia.
And that is how they take the objective out of Mongolia to bounce back in their scaling lineup. 15 minutes. And just by looking at the items, 3-man down from that engage. Looking at just by this, look at that. Final slash onto Bebex. And ATM is just unstoppable at this point.
They're looking to push this one in. Turret's going to fall here quite low for both members. D7 going to charge up, focusing on the crystal. And in a decisive maneuver, they will take game number 1 for Cambodia.
That's how you go back from a reset. Cambodia not waiting for the late game spike. They just needed a greater vision on where is Mongolia headed. They had the threat of the region. Yeah, he's just saying, yeah, I'm okay. But yeah, they still can do it, and they're still making it through.
Man, you know, this is a step closer now, if you will, for what Cambodia and Chama here wanted from Mongolia. That opportunity to go ahead and basically get their revenge, you know, from earlier in the tournament. And this is already a strong showing, man. And I don't know if, you know, maybe Mongolia is fatigued a little bit from their series against the Philippines. But this one, it was great control from Cambodia overall here. They really set the tempo. They put pressure where they had to. They dealt with the sustainability from the Estes very well. You know, so this is kind of what we talked about. Like, I feel like now that we're at this point, you know, we're down to the last kind of matches here for our Asian Championship. They figured out how to deal with the sustain.
It's the Arlet pick completely.
Is it the Arlet?
For me, it's ADM who's been an MVP with the moves of the Final Slash and even with the Vengeance. Because how will you even penetrate a regenerating Estes right from the back line of a team with all of us being protected with such a way that window is their early game power spike is their window. So with the usage, with the pick of the Arlet was a great way of having or breaking the defense of Mongolia.
It's a great thing that you point that out, OSX, because that is something that definitely happened. You know, a lot of times ATM might have sacrificed himself in essence, but really what he was trying to do is get placement so that he could use the final slash in the right way, because typically what people want to do around Estes is like a retreat, back off a little bit, heal up, but it was, you always have that option, you know, to cut them off and final slash. It's like sweeping them back to your team. in essence, right? And that's kind of what happened here. Even though there was great CC potential from Mongolia, it just wasn't able to be enough to turn things around, especially at this point in the game when Fury started getting kill after kill, and this Melissa just popped off. You know, that was the tough part for Mongolia to deal with.
Amazing pickup as well with the Melissa. Yes, they have a region, but the marksman of Cambodia is completely covered with full protection, but just being in the front line with the usage of her ultimate, he has a way of just throwing all the needles and flowers that they needed to take on Mongolia's defense on how big of a problem it is from the early game. As you can see, in 12 minutes into this game, they had the chance, or they saw that ADM is on the other side of the map. But one thing that gave him a win here was the RWM CCAT, and as well as how they sustained the way of not getting Fury in trouble from their own defense.
Like that's what I love so much, and you just saw this from the highlight, is where the fact like RWM would be dropped, it would come down, right, be committed by CCAT, and a lot of times Fury would just set up in the RWM. Right, so he was relatively safe, and then of course you have Melissa's ultimate as well to keep people away from you, and that worked out so well. And this is where things kind of just collapsed in. And at the 15, almost 16-minute mark, Cambodia decides we're gonna end it here.
Yeah, it's always about taking out Ethan first.
Yeah,
and that was the thing that they need to check most of the team fights that they're having. They have this clean way of having the right target, and looking at just by the stats from that game, it's an 8-15, where we were talking about the goal that it was not too far from their own progress. But one thing that stood out here is how the orange buff was also consistent for their own jungler. This is Shima. We've known Shima as one of the highlight junglers that we saw from IESF.
Yep.
Use the lances, use the Ling. A different way of approaching being in a utility, since there's a lot of slippery heroes in the side of Mongolia. You have the Benedetta, you have also the Akai, might use the heavy spin, but one thing stood out here is how they build up the items on this point in time.
Well, what I like so much about the lineup here for Cambodia is the fact that, Chama is typically known for being fancy, and flashy in the jungle, but he has had to learn and adapt. I would say all the junglers around the world had to at some point, learn that utility kind of tanky playstyle, and this fits so well because you still have a ton of CC available to you, right? And then you pair it up with the fact that D7 on this Lolita kind of helps you out on setting things up, and not always was Lolita basically landing the Newman on blast, but it was still relatively good. You might find one target, you might find two, but you also have the kind of on-demand stun available to you. And then, of course, we already talked about the final slash. So everything just allowed basically Fury to have a good time with the Melissa.
Oh yeah.
Like from start to finish. Fury had no struggles here.
Yeah, speaking of also the struggle, the pickup of the Queen Swings by Arlott was one way of dealing that, hey, I have two members here in the side of Mongolia that has a possible way of getting back the damage. You have the Benedetta, you also have the Brody. So in order for you just to get those, basic attacks away from you, that's one to deflect. Most of the times he gets on to initiate the back line. So that is just Cambodia waking up really great this morning.
Well, they've been waiting, man.
They have been waiting in the lower bracket. So this is one way of saying, they have completely reset what happened from day number 1 of the playoffs.
Yeah, I was gonna say, not only have they been patiently waiting there, but this is something that they've wanted, and it's already off to a good start for them. Hopefully, like I said too, it seems like, at least for now, you could say the majority of the teams have figured out how to deal with the sustain kind of composition. Now, that's why I'm wondering if this also just kind of turns into where we see, for example, Mongolia fall back to that comfort, right? To go there, just execute it well. I'm not sure if that's entirely on the fact that, Aizen gets the Terizla. This game, when we were talking about the draft earlier, we were talking about Aizen and his Benedetta and what we saw yesterday, where it wasn't anything special, but then you see him in the hands of Terizla, or even some of the other picks he had in yesterday's matches where he does perform very well. So I am going to be looking at the XP lane specifically here because ATM has also had his own struggles throughout the tournament, but this was his match. ATM on the onslaught here was just a sight to see, basically. And
he's awake.
He is
completely
awake and ready.
Awake and ready. And having the Arlott on his own way of dealing those kinds of setups back in the other teams, team fighting capabilities. So with that, it could actually be banned or even being taken. Because on the other hand, also, Aizen could even use it. Well,
Aizen could use it, yeah. Or
yeah.
like the way this will change again is because they'll swap sides, right? So like that priority obviously was a Novaria, and now you can kind of wonder, was the Novaria a game changer here? And I think early on, yes, it was, because it was first blood. And even though that you have that first blood being taken for your Novaria, you still need to be able to scale into the game, right? This is the matchup we're seeing. Novaria, Eve for a lot of the times, right? Now, Novaria with an early first blood, even though that builds your momentum, you still need to be able to actually win those team fights, right? And now for Mongolia, they might opt to let it go this time and maybe take something else. Again, it starts in the draft, and it's good that we even heard, Bara and Waji talk about, in the interview, like it's all in the draft, because it really is. And
Truly.
That's kind of what falls into place here. Now, for these teams at this point, we already have, we're getting to the point where like we kind of expect these picks in the first phase, and it really comes down to like, what do they want to respect ban? What do they want to deal with there? So I still kind of expect either Novaria or Eve to be picked up by both of these teams unless it's manned out.
Depending on what side they're going to be. So if they're willing to open up the Novaria once again, or even being taken by the other team as well, they might open up the assassin heroes of Shima, which is good in handling those kinds of problems. So you have the Lancelot. It wasn't even banned.
Yeah, it wasn't. But what about ZX Aura? Like
ZX Aura as well. A lot of open.
He likes the Akai, but
yeah, it's more like a heavy spin on a defensive, way of dealing with team fights is nothing that you don't want.
Well, I would say like this last game, ZX Aura for the most part, like he was able to find some offensive like heavy spins. But the downside of it is once they found lockdowns and stuff, even though they had sustain, it was just troublesome, like because Cambodia had answers for a lot of that stuff, and that's why I'm talking about like layering of the ultimates or even the abilities, especially early game, is something that a lot of these great teams are great at executing. You know what I mean? And it's tough for them to deal with.
So let's wait for game number 2 on what could possibly happen, on how will they bounce back, on how will Mongolia channel their way of having a retribution in this best-of-3 series. Again, the one who's going to go up is going to face Philippines. So might as well grind their way up. And I can feel how the intensity is just going through the teams and the players right now. Is they need to get, in a way, like, we need to go back. We need to bounce back on. With that, we just need to beat this series in order to have that spirit to go and just fight back up.
It could be a very similar situation from last series, right, where we possibly see another 3-game series.
Oh, yeah.
Because Mongolia can definitely bounce back from this. And if anything that we've seen from them before, that's exactly what's to be expected and how they can turn things around. What they learned from usually the game 1. And this wasn't like, this wasn't a stomp or anything like that. They've dealt with worse. Like game 1s have been worse for them. But this one, so to speak, it was relatively a decent game for them for the most part. And then, we just saw Cambodia kind of pull through from that. So, like I said, we'll see here in just a second as we get prepped up for the draft for game 2, if they can take us to a game 3. Once again, Mongolia will be on that red side. You got Cambodia on the blue. Ban's already coming out. The Fredrin will be taken out this time. Don't want to give that up. And Mongolia, on the other hand, like I said, you can focus on those assassin jungles if you want to. That might be the safest. Also, again, even possibly opting to take out the Uranus.
Yeah, and the XP lane now is the main focus of those team fights that actually could break at any point in time. So if they would focus more on the assassin heroes that Cambodia has, it's opening up also the XP lane heroes that they can actually use against. Yeah, he's smiling. Yeah.
Jamal's ready.
He knows. He knows ready. Yeah. It's the first time we're seeing him like twice in a day that he's not wearing his red jacket, and maybe that's one thing that we are looking to see. Like this is maybe their way of resetting stuff right on the bat.
I think Jamal's just ready for that. To get that final nail in the coffin here. Match point, right, for them. Looking to get the revenge that they were seeking. And they do that by taking out the comfort picks. Also, you know, that's the response from Mongolia too. They already took out the Ling. Eisen not going to get his hands again on this Terizla either. So, you know, this will force Eisen to kind of step up once again. Like I said, you know, now twice the Benedetta hasn't really worked too well for him. So you might want to go a different route. Novaria also being banned out is great. It just, you know, that's not going to pop up in the first pick now.
An assassin hero might be prioritized by Cambodia since they're on the red side, but just by looking how their history went in IESF. Let's see. The possibilities of them taking the Lancelot could still be like...
Still there. What if they go, like,
yeah.
you know, Lancelot, Angela?
Ooh,
You know, what if they decide to go that route?
80 to 90% that they might prioritize the Lancelot or even an assassin hero, because in Mongolia here, it's mostly on to the respect bands and as well as target on to the roam heroes. The Kaja, you have the Diggy. It's always that part that you don't want to have the -1 right into the backline.
If this is not an Eve ban, they're just going to take Eve.
Probably, yeah. That's the
know.
gambit. If Mongolia wants that part. Okay, so with this being present, with the Ling being banned, Eve could just be the answer. But no.
No, they'll probably just take Eve here, right? Because she's not banned. Again, Novaria, you don't have to worry about that. Again, you're always kind of considering like these priority picks. What's the safest? What fits in these different kind of playstyles and compositions? Eve is probably one of the best ones. They could also be willing to give it up, right? Like you mentioned, there's still stuff on the table. There's still quite a bit every time we get through that first phase of the draft or the bans. Especially given their play style, you know, so it really depends too. Like you mentioned, do they actually want to opt for, yeah, there it is. Do they want Chama to play an assassin, you know? And then now, even with an Eve locked in, if you're Mongolia, you got to be able to handle that. And one of the best ways to handle it is something we've seen relatively before, was the Farsa, right? Taking the Farsa, at least you have, I would say, relatively an even matchup against the mid lane. They do secure themselves the Uranus here, which is great. Great pickups, plus the Faramis.
Yeah, stolen from Cambodia. Better way to hold their XP lane. If, again, ATM would use the Harlot once again to even just to stay the lanes and cut through the waves, right?
Yeah.
So this might be a good way of just holding their way through, because
they might just take Claude.
Yeah, better Claude and an assassin for Shima.
Thinking their jungle pick plus marksman.
Yeah.
Unless they go XP again, like they could. Oh, all right. Going for them. I mean, why not? You had a great performance previously. Go ahead and lock in the Melissa here. You still essentially like get the same setup that we saw them do, which was your real world manipulation was dropped. Oh, okay.
Finally,
we
see Glue back in this game against Uranus.
I'm so not used to that splash art.
Yeah.
I don't know. I'm just not used to it, but you know, because I'm so used to seeing like Glue himself like pop up.
Yeah.
You know? But yeah, it's a good response because you asked this yesterday, Francis. You know, you were like, "Hi, where's Glue?" Well, now he's finally here, right? So the fact that Glue is being shown, it'll be nice to see some of that variability. I still think it's going to be a little bit tough dealing with the Uranus there, but overall, if anything, Cambodia has great picks for this first phase. On the flip side of Mongolia, they went in and will go ahead and locked in their jungle already, right? They went with the Hayabusa route, and if anything, it's going to be the same thing. They got to be able to start the momentum in their favor in the early parts of the rotation. And hopefully they can, you know, especially with the Hayabusa like this, you don't want to get behind.
You don't with this, with the presence of the Glue, how ATM managed to zone every member out of Mongolia. I say this is going to be another hard time being present in objective takes. The respect still goes on for D7. Mongolia banning out this Franco. They still don't have a tank yet for Cambodia, so they're just slowing down the options for Cambodia to take in this next game, because for their own draft, Kaja would still be available for Cambodia, or even the Lolita.
It's like even that. Like I would just love to see an Atlas again. No, I love it because like when we saw him yesterday, I was like, all right, this is the Rome. I don't know. Every time an Atlas pops up, like I'm always excited to see them because usually like, you know, just seeing the Fatal Links and the way that it works with focusing Mark now is always exciting. And then you
especially with the new skin, it's amazing.
Yes. Yeah, shout out to that new skin. I love it.
Amazing skin. I'm an Atlas main myself, so I love to see it back again. Yeah. So with this, a Lolita stolen out from Cambodia for, well, just to give a way of having a minds on the layer of ultimates that they can have from the Eve and the Melissa. Well, another thing is open. Carja would be open for Cambodia though.
Like Conjure would be great, but I just think you need something in the Rome option to deal with this Cult Altar, or to help deal with the Cult Altar. You know, that's one thing is always solving through that, getting it down as fast as possible as you can.
Yeah.
And so you've got a couple options. If you do go Kaja, then, you know, that's really, you're just focusing on that one target. You're trying to immediately get that numbers advantage and then work around that. But, you know, this time it's really, you got to be able to complement these first picks you have. It's going to be a Grok and a Lancelot. So you mentioned this, you know, Lancelot was open. They go ahead and secure that in. The Grok, now on the other hand, is still a great set potential that they can capitalize on. Now the response, though, from Mongolia has to be something solid for that gold lane, right? There's already a lot of bans here, so it might be a Brody. They might have to default to Brody because the Beatrix Claude is out, unless they decide to go with something else, right? And this could possibly even be a Mage gold lane. Like, if you really wanted to put more eggs in the basket of magic damage, right? But you might be risking the lack. Yeah, you might.
Harith maybe.
I don't know if you want to go that risky route though, because then you would lack a lot of, you know, physical damage. Okay.
Whoa! Yes, for the first time.
I feel like 1-1's so difficult now. Like
in this new meta, yeah.
There was a time, yes, 1-1 was amazing. You know, like literally almost broken. But like now, she just like has such a hard time. I feel like. In like the current state of the game.
Maybe because of the new adjustment within emblems. It's a big factor for a 1-1 to even like scale up and even not being delayed most of the time.
Yeah.
So maybe that's one factor. That's why you're experiencing that even in the gold lane. So maybe they're trying to do something new. Well, this could be their final way to just go back up in the grand finals. Who knows?
I mean, again, this is match point, right?
Yeah.
Technically. So unless Mongolia can do something about it and bring it to a game 3, it has to fall in place in the early game, and that's really what they have to be able to do, right? So we're jumping into it. Again, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the lower bracket semifinals, the best of 3. It's match point now for Cambodia on the road to getting their revenge against Mongolia from earlier in the tournament. So we take a look at the emblems here. You can see, right, there's quite a bit, especially the fact that, again, we have to pay attention to both of the gold lane here. We already saw Fury pop off in the Melissa in the previous game, so that's going to be something that Mongolia has to keep under control. If that's with this 1-1, you know, having the weakness finder, having the weapon mastery and everything else, then you have to be able to get to a point in the game where you can get the airtime you need, you know, that you're looking for. So right now in the early game, the main job here is for ZX Aura to finally scale into that early game for his team, right? And this is very different from when he was playing the Akai, where it was more so like, let me go ahead and get these lockdowns, let me get these objectives. So this is going to be a much more proactive game here for ZX Aura.
A great route start for the tanks of Cambodia and Mongolia, looking for vision, completely getting on a reconnaissance on where their junglers are heading. But as of now, level 3 is now with Cesaro with this Hayabusa. On level 4, we might try to see how will they use this way of like gaining their more of like an advantage in early game, because a Hayabusa present, yeah, D7 really has a greater way of distracting or holding or delaying everybody out of the map in starting those kinds of like steals in the jungle camp. And it keeps on happening. Aizen got a regen out of the pokes from the Lancelot. Yep, still a slow start for Cambodia and Mongolia.
Okay, I also like the fact too that, you know, in terms of the XP lane now that Galu's here, you have him running pretty much with the Imperial Rage, so he can kind of just spam, looking to essentially just pull people into his team the way he can once he activates that split. But still, you know, in terms of utility, I would say it's relatively in favor, or relatively even across the board for both teams, especially with CCAT here. Now they're going to be fighting for this first turtle.
Lumen on blast, will it connect to 2? Yes, it will. Ethan gets first blood, taking out the jungler, taking out the 7 and ATM, right at first 3 kills. Mongolia starting hot.
Wow, that was Ethan, basically. A clutch Numen on blast that he found coming from the mid lane and just collapsing on Cambodia. Like, I don't even know how fast that happened in terms of seconds, but they were just taken out just super fast. And that is scary for Cambodia, because now even with something that, that early on happening, you're already seeing pretty much gold build up here for Mongolia, right? Look at this. Here's the replay. Ethan charging up, finds 3, and they just get collapsed on so hard. The double kill 2 going to Forbid on this Fairness is already going to be massive as well. Something painful to deal with for Cambodia.
Zara. Stolen? Yeah. I think he did. He did take out that purple out. So now it continues right in the rotation of Mongolia is going through. Now on to the focus. Shima as well, trying to clean up as well as the objective in order to get those camps in his favor. Now the lead is on the advantage of Mongolia. That 3-man stun was so perfect to even hold that retry battle in.
Yeah, that's basically like, if you want, again, to have the best early game as possible, that's not what you want to happen. Like 3 members to go down and then 2 literally go in the hands here of the enemy mid lane. Even though it's a fair miss, like still, the poke is now going to be hitting faster. The power spike is going to be hitting faster for Forbid. D7 in trouble.
Look at that. Shadow kill onto Zara. D7. I was about to lose my words because one thing that I've been observing, Azen was in the base right in Cambodia, trying to hold in the waves in the minions. Now in the mid lane, he goes back and just keeps on taking those waves. You were pointing out that the fight might break out, but Azen was just in the base the whole time, taking 3 waves out.
That's that's the thing about Uranus, right? Like you know he's going to be cutting lanes. But even when you're on the run, you run into a Uranus here.
Shadow kill onto ADM. He's going to escape, but Bebek's on the crossbow of Tang. Misses the last shot, but that is ADM falling down. Forbid gets the kill. Fury gets Ethan out. No setup from Mongolia, and that's a double for Forbid. Now taking on to this turtle. It's been secured by Cesara. Mongolia slowly getting back on their feet. D7. Shadow kill onto this Grok. Might need the protection of the turret. Now safely, he might go back to base, but Fury here, yes. He might let go of his turret. Now Bebex and Forbid still pushing through. No, he's not going back to base yet. Yeah, he's still fighting through that outer turret energy shield.
Like I said, this is going to be tough, right? This early on, this kind of lead already for a team like Mongolia. This is what the Philippines felt, in Game 2 of the previous series. And we heard how difficult it was to deal with that, right? So when tongue-tied as well.
MGL.
When Mongolia also gets that lead, they don't let up, man, so that's something to deal with. Still fighting for the buffs as well.
Azen trapped into 3. Look at that. Numen on blast will connect onto 2. That is a massive setup from Mongolia. Now who's going to be the next target here? It's going to be Cesara, trying to look for an opening, or ATM as well. Won't have a way to pull one off, but D7 is coming in from a conceal. Will be next target. Shadow kill will not finish ADM, but still signified 2-man knockout from the wall charge. Now Zora escapes, but Azen secures the kill. ADM is down. Now CCAT and D7 as well, trying to have a defense for this turret. But now Mongolia punishing through that setup over, back and forth. And that's Bobbin and Weeben, as you say, has to get in that team fight.
Yeah, right now, look at them. They're making a hard line towards Fury, but they're not. I don't know if they're going to be able to catch him. Super Chama does go down, though, mid lane. There's some push, right? You notice this, OSX, that they've kind of just given the signal to Fury, like, just push, farm up the best you can. We're going to try to hold on, because right now things are just kind of getting out of control.
Oh, CCAT.
CCAT will go down. Didn't I not say this earlier? I was like, this is going to be a different game for ZXora, because we're so used to seeing him on the Kai, and kind of just like either being defensive or, defensive heavy spinning, or once in a while offensively heavy spinning.
Offensive, like pinning someone down, going to retry battle. But what more fits with his own kind of playstyle is this kind of heroes, the Hayabusa, maybe Ling, or maybe even Fanny. But now he's just on a roll with this. Taking the turtle for Mongolia. Now Aizen here, and even Ethan just looking on who to get here in the camp. Orange buff has been taken. Aizen still sustaining the fight. Knock up from D7's wild charge now for Forbid. Now ATM pulls back one in, but the Numenor Blast won't connect. D7 is trying to go back and retreat for Regen, but Aizen still sustaining the fight. Wow, the Regen is massive, but ATM falls down in the hands of Bebex. It's crossbow attack connecting to one, connecting to two, and that's a double for Bebex. Mongolia on a roll, 12 points in.
Man, that was tough. ATM, like I said, even trying to flicker over the wall, not going to happen. Deep under the base, though. Wow.
Ooh.
That's the scary part,
so
you know? Like
close.
that's not fun to deal with when you're this outscaled. Again, it's now 8,000. About an 9,000 gold lead that you're working through. And you can just see it, right? You can see it across the board. Every single member of Mongolia is just online, ready to go. They don't care if it's 1 versus 3 sometimes. They'll just still go, you know, because they know they're going to have the backup here. And even just looking at the items, you can see how much of a disparity it is. Even in the mid lane, right? You're down like 2,000 gold if you're CCAT against Forbid, and it's showing. Even in the jungle, you're super far behind in terms of gold and levels, you know? So really, what can you do but hold on for Cambodia? You got to just enjoy the ride.
Yeah, Zizora now going down deep, targeting Fury. Oh, missed out that last Shuriken throw. Now still, the damage of Zizora now needs to be respected by Cambodia, though they're pushing this team to be in a defense of their own base while they clear out minions. There are no turrets being taken out on the side of Mongolia as of yet. No, we just have one death for them, though. Just Ethan, the Lolita on your side.
Well, like I said, man, I don't know. You know, maybe earlier in the tournament with the Philippines game, we did see a game like this where it was just 10,000 gold lead at 9 minutes. Like, that is massive. You know, and this is all just on the shoulders of not just one member, just every single member from Mongolia. And it all started with Ethan, by the way. Like, Ethan's setup early on to that first turtle just allowed all this to happen, right? Even if you look at the damage leaderboard, CCAT is there, but, you know, that almost doesn't count in these instances because even if CCAT sets up with the RWM, there's not enough to deal with basically the defensive front line already from Mongolia, right? Everybody is so far low in the damage department from Cambodia that a fight is almost just, it's suicide. You know, you can't really do something about it. Like, you are going to fight and then you're just going to end up dying.
Well, that mindset of having that high-risk, hard-reward play is just something that goes around the heads of our pro players here. Because if you don't get to make that play, in order for you to have a good re-entry in this type of like mid-game spike, that's where you lose it.
Yeah.
Maybe that gives them a chance to even just to keep on going and wait for the right moment to strike. But if they keep on just going passively up against Mongolia, they just keep on tearing one by one from the base. Look at that, immobilized 2 members out from Mongolia. Will it connect to something different here? But Aizen is in the base, still looking for an avenue for a setup.
Wow. Okay. They do hold on to that mid turret just for a little bit. But I could see Mongolia still pressing the situation. Next wave going to come through. Aizen just planning himself there. Let's see if they can defend against this one. Still holding on for a little bit longer. There goes the turret.
Yeah, turret is down. Ethan charging up his own Numenor energy core. Now that is one way of dealing and clearing through the waves. Mongolia, look at that. Bebex just keep on hitting CCAT and immobilizing right in the base. Look at that. Uji Shadow Kill will connect. Zora takes Shima down. And another one, you're eyeing on his top tier turret. Now that is the fight is going to break. Ethan is down. Ethan is taken down. ATM. Now the fight continues to happen. Defensively, Mongolia is still sustaining the fight though. Missing out that charge, but Shima and ATM is down. Base is open for Mongolia, but there is still no minions from the side of Cambodia for a defense. Now just taking out turrets from up top.
Wow.
And they're going for a reset, but that is Forbid. CCAT takes him down, preventing him to go back to the base.
Okay, so there's like these small glimmers of hope for Cambodia, right? They defend based off the over-aggressive kind of need to want to end the game for Mongolia. Like, they wanted to end it there. They're still maintaining about an 11,000 gold lead here at the current state of the game. But, you know, all this really, what do you get for Cambodia? You get some space to work with. There's not much, but at least you're able to secure some of the buffs, some of these minions. Chama is massively behind, man. Like, he is still level 12. He's 0 and 5. He's been
level gap.
He's been completely shut down. And that makes it increasingly difficult to have any hope to take these objectives. So your next plan is, all right, let's defend. Let's try our best to hold on so that hopefully we can set up, you know, the RWM and have Fury there helping us as well. So right now you really don't have any options. You're just going to give up this Lord and try to get any advantage you can, even if that means just getting your buffs.
Yeah,
and
speaking
look
of
at this
advantage, Mongolia is now getting their hands onto this Lord. A good zone out again by Aizen, not letting members through. Look at that on a conceal. State Mongolia would want to push or might get a setup. Yep, that's a wall block. Still utilizing D7 here to delay the entry of the minions of Mongolia. They just keep fighting it. Look at that crossbow of time being activated. Who's going to connect to? Now that is one follow-up again from Cambodia. Who's going to fall down first? It's going to be Bebex from Mongolia. There's no damage deal now, but the Lord is now pushing through the base of Cambodia, and that is it. Mongolia has now found its way to settle this for game number 3.
Well, well, well. We wouldn't have it any other way. 3 games for this second series of the day. The lower bracket semifinal between these two teams that definitely had a grudge for each other here for this matchup, and now it's tied. We find ourselves once again at what you like to say, OSX, a best of 1 in this best of 3.
I just gotta say the teams here in IESF, this finds its way on how to have a good reset in this best of 3 games.
Yeah, they probably have, you know, the same kind of refreshments that we had, right? That's how they go ahead and reset from game to game. And, you know, we talked about this, man. We were saying, like, what they learned from game 1 and how they kind of adjust from there, it's apparent. Even if you look at this, if you look at the previous series that they had with the Philippines, it's apparent. So, really the question is, now what does game 3 entail for them, you know, for both teams? Because there looked like there was no moment in that matchup that Cambodia had any time to breathe, if you think about it. Like, they were just so far behind. What did I say?
Being squeezed out.
Before the 9-minute mark, it was like 10,000 gold lead.
It was 3 levels ahead.
Yeah.
Against Shima. So, yeah. That's what they need to address to. They need to answer with damage. They need to answer with the defense. Yes, they have a way to have a good setup, but not for long. Once the crossbow of daggers is activated and just keep on flying around the map, that's just a problem.
That's where it all
Cambodia.
started.
Yeah. Going back
that
to
Ethan play.
Yeah, the Ethan play.
The Ethan blast. It worked, and it set this course of this entire game, basically. Because that early on, that was 3 kills immediately, you know, for the team. And also, like I mentioned, that was 2 for Forbid. So Forbid having, even here, where he gets 2 more, you know, at the 4-minute mark, it turns into just a disaster for Cambodia. Because, like, you know, Faramis isn't technically, like, you don't think of him as like a bursty mage or anything like that, but he does whittle people down, like especially when he's running in Pure Rage and the rest of the emblems here that he had. Yeah. But then you have this early advantage, and it's really tough to deal with, plus the Cult Altar.
Yeah, Shadow Stampede could be either a good way of pulling everybody out of their own base or even in their own set, but this is just 6 minutes. The gap that Mongolia is building against Cambodia is just massively growing by the second. No deaths onto 3 or 4 members, but just by this state of the game was a massive snowball that they started from that Ethan play.
Literally, you know, and that's kind of what we see even from the recap here, where it just got to that point. And there was you know, some people were like, there was a little bit of hope for Cambodia when they did find a couple kills in their base defending it, but that was really just off the whims of Mongolia trying to end the game, you know, like knowing how far ahead they were and really just trying to cap one out. There's a couple kills here for Cambodia. They're happy about it, but ultimately, you know, it comes down to they didn't even touch the Lord here, right? Like, they couldn't do that. They might get a couple kills in the last effort, but ultimately, you know, they couldn't even handle the Lord. So it was just tough to deal with. It was just tough for them to deal with. And as we look at the stats here, you'll see exactly how much of a one-sided match it was from start to finish.
Yeah. even the lead, the damage dealt, even the towers destroyed was in favor of Mongolia. Well, there was an even small slight of a difference in the orange and the purple buff, but that's one way of getting advanced or getting ahead of Shima's Confirm. He was taken down 5 times.
He did not have a good game.
He did not.
No, he didn't.
Yeah, and being Ethan having all the defensive items they need just to keep on going in the side of Cambodia was the one that they needed to complement this Faramis pick. As you've mentioned, is not really a burst type of hero that that can easily melt down members of Cambodia. But one way that they had to give away for is how will the 1-1 have the perfect way of proccing the passive of the crossbow of Tang. And once he takes flight, well, Hayabusa, both of them actually taking flight, you can't catch even the 2 of the main damage dealers on the side of Mongolia. And with that, you need to answer with more defense, building through your state of the game.
It's interesting too because, you know, we haven't seen 1-1 too much, and I was even saying, I was the one that was like, you know, 1-1 really struggles in the current meta now and, you know, everything else, but in this situation where you just have this big of a lead, like, you really shine, you know, and also the fact that you have Weakness Finder, you pair it up with the Corrosion Scythe, the rest of the team composition that you have, again, you're able to find your airtime, you know, and that's kind of that's kind of what happened there. And maybe this is why Glue hasn't been popping up, man.
Why? Like, just the complete definition of like
what?
Not
like the difference between ATM game 1, ATM game 2 was massive. Like in terms of like his impact, you know, and he was trying. Like that's the thing with Glue here, with this lineup that we're facing against. Like ATM, there was obviously effort there that he was trying to, you know, use the split, bring people back to his team, and he even got a couple flickers out, right, from Mongolia. But ultimately, like, he wasn't able to do what he did, for example, on the R-Lot, where that was like way more impactful, you know. So it was a tough time for ATM.
Well, we'll see how they adjust in game number 3, because we are looking at the team of Mongolia and Cambodia being out of their own comfort zone, their own roots and their own strengths even being trimmed down in the draft. So this is a test of actually opening up more pages from their book on how that they went through from their off-stream games, even from on-stream games. So if they pull out something of what they've learned from even from falling down from the semifinals bracket, this might be a great way, because we were surprised on how 1-1 completely was the last pick of Mongolia. Well, we kind of call it like this might be their chance, like, okay, let's just risk it all, pick out the 1-1. We kind of forgot about that.
Man, I thought we were connected. I thought you were going to say the Hellcurt. I thought that's where you were going. Again, we saw it pop up in one of the drafts, right?
Yeah, we were kind of expecting it.
No, like, you're right, though. Like, if you want to, you know, if it all comes down to this next matchup, which, you know, it does, because it's now that best of 1 to see who goes to the grand finals for the Philippines. It's
I called the Hellcurt then.
You're calling it?
Maybe.
I was going to say, this is the time. Like, this is the time to bring out whatever, you know, surprise you're holding on to, or if you have something up your sleeve, this is the time to do it. So, again, we'll have to find out. Both teams kind of getting situated here. We have one more game for you guys for this series between Mongolia and Cambodia. We're going to take a short break so everybody can get a breather. We'll be back after this.
one purpose, one dream, one rhythm, one step closer to glory. They say history remembers the winner. So who will be the ones writing the future? The halls of power call for their kings. The ones who won't back down. The ones who believed. The ones who knew that over 100 nations can't be wrong. Join the fight between August 24th and September 3rd as Yash becomes the world's esports capital.
Welcome back to the Caster's Desk. I'm OSX. I'm with Naisu, and this is game number 3, match point of Cambodia versus Mongolia. Wow, a great way to restart. And we just had a coffee and some awesome date cake back there in our cafeteria. It's amazing.
We teleported.
Yeah, we did teleport, and we even have small bites here that we did not finish, but it was so good because right now the match is even more hyped and heated up. Who is going to go up in the grand finals, Naisu?
Well, that's what I'm saying, man. I've been saying this since last series. Like this is an endurance test for Mongolia. They already went 3 games against the Philippines. They're now going 3 games against Cambodia.
It's always 3 games since the beginning of this day.
Like
all 3.
If it's anyone that needs, refreshments, it's them, right? So as they got situated for this next match again, like it's basically come down to this best of 1, and now we have a thing where it's both teams have performed relatively well, from game 1 to game 2, and I would say even if you look at game 2, it was quite one-sided, and how do you work out from that? How do you reset, basically? Because that's kind of what you need to do, again, especially if you're Cambodia.
How do you pull yourself together?
Pull
yourself together.
I see what you
PYT.
did. I see what you did.
Yes, PYT, yeah.
What's that do?
It's
what's
the
pull
emblem,
yourself
right?
to do? Yeah, what's it do?
Well, you have smaller time going back in the field.
You have a smaller time.
Yeah, but in a more emotional way. You get to get back in the state of
You're the one that threw that out there.
Yeah, your PYT.
Okay, yeah. We have seen quite a bit of pull yourself together, right?
Yeah, today.
Not only that,
Atlas. If you want to pull yourself together today.
Okay.
Okay.
I think that's one of the. I'm telling you, like, if anything happens, like now is the time.
Yeah.
Now is the time for these teams to take out Atlas or El Helkert.
Okay. Okay.
No, I'm serious because like in terms of the team fights, at least I'm serious about the Atlas. I don't know if Helkert is meant to.
We're gonna do a bet on the Helkert. The one who wins gets another cake. Okay. Gonna get me a cake.
All right.
In the break. Okay. We'll find out in a few moments now. It's Cambodia versus Mongolia. Okay, we have seen them trim down their comfort picks. We saw Shima back in the Lancelot, which
I'm going to be honest, Shima got
a struggle.
He had a hard time.
Yeah, a hard time
That's an
pulling through his objectives. Yeah.
Yeah.
And also, we're seeing more of the comfort picks rise up, but the ones we were kind of like missed out, especially the 1-1, was a great way of like translating a different approach in game number 3.
It was great that 1-1 actually, had a rather great game, because statistically speaking, 1-1 is usually shut down. I feel like has a hard time in the gold lane, and that's why we saw some of the variations in terms of gold lane picks. We see them now being banned out. Again, when we came through here in day 1 for the Gamers 8 IESF Asian Championships, we didn't really know. Like, there was some data out there with the new emblem system, the new picks, the new meta forming.
Yeah.
But really, you saw it kind of alter from day 1 to where we are now, day 4. And I still think, to be honest, like we are going to see some more surprises as we have, throughout even just today alone. So if there's anything, if the Helkert does pop out, if he doesn't, like that's okay. The point is we've seen more and more. Huh?
I get cake if it pops out.
Okay, you'll get the cake. He loves the cake here.
Yeah, the sweets are amazing in our cafeteria. Just telling you, the food is amazing. Well, it's in the afternoon. We might get refreshed after this game as we head into the grand finals. So yeah, you're right. It's comfort picks versus what is your here, what's willing to be traded in the draft, because we're looking at now at the players on the next moments of drafting. So we expect Helkert. Could we expect more of your roamers to show up? The Rafaela, the Angela, the Ling.
To be fair, I mean, in terms of roamers, I would say that most teams, at least now, after what we've seen from day 1 and day 2, they at least have an idea on how to deal with that sustainability. But still, it comes down to, like, if you look at the course of these games, like early game, if you get that early, it was what, a triple? And it wasn't a triple kill, but it was 3 kills in favor of Mongolia. Like, that sometimes is more than enough to already just, like, take the game. You know what I mean? Like, and it's only in certain conditions with certain lineups that it's like that. Like, that's not every single game. But in terms of that, it's like, well, for one, yeah, have the best draft you can. But when you say have the best draft you can, there's so many variations of team compositions that you can actually win games with, right? And part of it, again, is just what highlights your playstyle. Number 1 for Mongolia, that's definitely Aizen. You got to be able to lock yourself in one of those solid options, you know? And then for Cambodia, it's even like, I'm just going to say it's the XP lane, you know? And I feel like in this matchup, a lot of it is down to the XP lane matchup on an individual level. Who's able to make more of an impact for their team as they transition through. And also even the jungle, right? Like jungle-wise too. If it is assassin junglers, if it's not, you can even see that the Ling hasn't been necessarily banned out yet.
How?
So,
I've heard you say maybe just me. You said jungle-wise, right?
Yeah.
YSS? If you want, you have the Novaria is there with you. We were expecting for show up at some point at the matches or even in the draft.
I think YSS like only fits in a certain scenario.
Yeah.
And we've kind of seen that.
But then a best of 1 climbing your way back on grand finals, could that be
Could
that be an edge for them to pick it up?
If that's the edge, then you know they gotta snag the Novaria, which is definitely a position that they could be in here. If the way that this first phase is going, you know, there's already the respect ban coming out too with the Terizla, right? They take that out, so Aizen's not going to get his hands on that. But if this still leaves open Novaria first pick, and you mentioned YSS, if that comes through, you know, in the later part of the picks, then so be it. This is the time to do it, like you mentioned, right? So we're waiting for these last bans for the first phase for both teams. There it is. Ling does come through. For a ban, they don't want to give that over in the hands of Chama, one of his signature picks. Novaria, most likely going to be picked there. It is open. Eve as well. Uranus was taken out, so...
Novaria and Eve open.
Yeah. Which we've seen together as well, you know?
Yeah.
Novaria, Rome.
Novaria, Rome, Eve mid. Revealing so much of the map. And in a way, it's a bit of a challenge in getting those objectives right in the first, third, also to the second. It's just purely vision for Novaria just to rise up and shine in the later part of the game. So that could be the option though. Will they trade the Novaria? Will they trade the Eve to Gambit against Cambodia? Will D7 finally gets his Franco that has been banned twice in this best of 3? Yes, they're willing to give the Eve for Cambodia.
Novaria. Why not, right? It's a solid choice. We still don't know 100% if it is going to be Rome, if it's going to be mid. Most likely with this lineup, mid.
Deflexing.
Yeah, definitely flexible, right? And the way that Forbid's been playing, man, you can count on him. You know what I mean? Like you can count on him to be